Well, the Cavaliers and the Hawks can meet in the first round of the NBA playoffs later on this month. Last night at Rocket Arena, their matchup had that postseason feel. And for the Cavs, Ivan Mitchell brought his playoff vibe.
Clock awfully low. Donovan has got to hurry. He just got it off in time. And he drills it. What a night for Donovan Mitchell. He's 11 of 14. Another incredible performance on this floor.
That cursed Cavs, FanDuel Sports Network. Good guys hang on to win it. 122-116. Mitchell, 31 points. Cavs win their fourth in a row. Evan Mobley, a double-double, 22 points, and tied a career high with 19 rebounds. James Harden added 21 points despite shooting just 6 of 23 from the floor. The Cavs won 6 of 7. Just a half game back in New York for the number 3 seed in the East. However, the Knicks do have the tiebreaker. Browns head coach Todd Monkin said on Wednesday he would like every player to attend the voluntary workout program, but added it's voluntary. Myles Garrett not in attendance as he does his own stuff during the offseason. Monkin adding that he's not worried about Garrett as the Defensive Player of the Year will be ready when it's time. Guardians yesterday beat up on the Royals 10-2. Angel Martinez, career high 4 base hits, including a grand slam. The Guardians take 2 of 3 from Kansas City. Rhys Hoskins had 3 doubles, drove in a run. Jose Ramirez 2 hits, including an RBI double. Chase DeLauder 2-run double. On the mound, Joey Cantillo 5 2/3 innings, allowed just 2 runs, 1 earned on 3 hits, and would strike out 9. Later on this morning, the Masters gets underway in Augusta. Rory McIlroy, the defending champ, he'll tee off at 10:31 this morning. Scotty Scheffler, the number 1 golfer in the world, he'll start his first round at 1:44. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time, the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Afternoon Drive.
These are ballers.
Is that
Shot
right?
callers. I don't remember the rest of that song.
20-inch blades on the Impala.
They're also that.
Paulo get laid tonight. Hit the home stretch and I'm late tonight.
Anthony and Troy here actually has the guts to do what you didn't.
Want to be a baller, shot caller, 20-inch blades on the Impala. Holla, get laid tonight. Switch and roll tight, got sprayed by ice.
The highway. Making money the flyway, but there's gotta be a better way.
Better way, better way, better way, yeah.
The Afternoon Drive. Weekdays starting at 2. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Tonight we're gonna take no prisoners.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Cavs play keep away now. Wade will dribble it out. This crowd rises to its feet. A rousing, ear-splitting ovation for the Cleveland Cavaliers as the Cavs take on the Hawks tonight in dramatic fashion by the final of 122-116.
That was a playoff type game, you know, the ups and downs. We're up and then they come back, and then you got to execute at the end. We did a lot of good things. Obviously, got to clean up some stuff.
It's that time of year, right? I'm just trying to be aggressive in any way possible. Just being able to try to get down, get to the free throw line, slow the game down, and put a lot of pressure on defense, and I'll go from there.
It's kind of like a test a little bit. We might see them in the postseason real soon, so trying to feel them out, see what their tendencies are, see how they play, and they're probably not showing their full hand, but we aren't either, and I think this was just a good test.
This is Cleveland Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Audio courtesy of FanDuel Television, one of the most bizarre evenings of Cavalier basketball I think I've ever seen. Hello.
What's up, Kenny?
Bizarre. So bizarre.
Well, Kenny, how bizarre?
This is
how bizarre.
You can't get me to the postseason fast enough. You guys want to sing that too?
Yeah. Hey, I like that. I love that song. I could have done it too.
Why didn't Jonathan have any confidence in himself to sing the song? Just sing the song. You're on the radio. It's not like you're standing there in front of thousands of people. Like, if he had to go out there and he got stage fright, that's one thing.
You know what it is,
Just
though,
sing
today.
the damn song, Jonathan.
It's a white guy rapping and sounding like the rapper.
No, it ain't.
You know how.
It's not.
But you know
no.
what people are going to say.
Well, first off,
especially
Lil Troy.
Especially if there's some words, some choice words in there where, in the confines of your own car, and the windows are up, you can say them very loudly.
If this was
you can't do it on the radio.
I told you, our generation was the first generation where if you go into a locker room in the 1970s, there were definitely corners of a locker room where it's like, okay, we listen to rock. We listen to hip hop. I should say 80s. Hip hop was in the 80s. We listen to country, like that type of thing. Now it's all the same. Everybody's listening to everything. And I think our generation was the first one to it. Jonathan's the same generation as us. So you want to sit there and sing Lil Troy, sing Lil Troy.
But I'm
sing
saying,
it with your heart. Don't be so bashful.
I'm saying I think every white guy, depending on who is around them, is going, oh boy, I really like this Bone Thugs and Harmony song, but I know there'll be a couple sticky terms
those parts.
that are. Yeah, good luck when
Just
you're trying to rap
parts.
at the speed of Bone Thugs and Harmony.
That's why you don't do it.
One of those words isn't going to just pop up out of nowhere.
That's why, you know what? Sing the slow parts. You don't sing. Don't sing busy. Don't sing busy. Sing wish. Don't sing twista. Sing shine.
Do not go twista. Do not go there at all.
No. But I mean, the chorus to Lil Troy ain't bad. I just didn't understand. I'm so bashful. I don't know if I want to. Just sing it. Sing it. Sing the song. Do it. It's a fun, catchy song to sing. That's why it was an earworm, and that's why it was a hit.
Would it have been more comfortable if Earl was in studio? Or G. Bush?
Nah, I mean, either way, you can do whatever you want.
I think there's an intimidation factor.
You and I have sang Bone Thugs and Harmony together how many times? On the air.
We did it.
On the radio.
We did it on the way to Iowa State.
Yes.
The entire East 1999.
Bone Thugs, the whole album. Doesn't matter. Jonathan, have some pills and sing the chorus anyway. But
okay, there was a lot to sing about last night.
There you go. That's how you get it back on track. Well done. The postseason can't come fast enough. The fans are manic. They're absolutely manic. And last night was the biggest one. I think last night, I wonder if they were on the road, like they're on the road coming up Friday?
Yeah,
tomorrow.
Friday.
Okay, want to make sure.
Well, they got another game with Atlanta, and then they got the Wiz. And everybody beats the Wiz.
I wonder if they were not at home, they would have just been fine with not winning the basketball game. And you can't say I'm crazy because I think we all kind of wonder, like, what do they want to do? Do you want to win the basketball game? Do you not want to win the basketball game? You're a game behind the Knicks who play tonight, correct?
Half a game. But they have the tiebreaker.
Okay, so you're a half a game behind the Knicks who play tonight. The Knicks who knows exactly what they want to do. So now we're all in this great big standoff of what we want our teams to do.
Yeah, to be clear, Boston...
And that is frustrating, I have to admit.
Yeah, Boston has... it's a nationally televised game tonight against... it's Boston and New York. New York's actually favored because Boston has a lot of guys on their injury report, including Jaylen Brown.
So
if the Knicks just win,
we going to get the 3
it's
seed?
over.
Okay.
If the Knicks beat Boston,
then we don't have to worry about it anymore.
That's it.
And we can just win the game, or we can keep winning games.
Well,
because you just said it. You just said it right there. Nobody's going to lose to the Wizards. So you got Atlanta and the Wizards on Sunday. Atlanta on Friday, the Wizards on Sunday. I think you probably go 1-1 over the next stretch, right? I'm very serious. I think if they were on the road yesterday, they would have been just fine. But I came away. This is what makes it so bizarre. I'm still trying to gather it all right now. This is what makes it so bizarre. Is even though my mentions were going nuts and folks were getting crazy during the whole Cavaliers game, during the whole game.
You can't just win if they win.
I thought you could.
No. They have the tiebreaker if you finish with the same amount of wins. But right now, you have the same amount of wins. If they win, they'll have one more win with 2 games left. If they don't win any more than that, and you win 2, you have more wins than them.
You would overtake them.
You are now the 3 seed.
Yeah, I don't think there is any reason to put... Now, again, if you want to wait and see what happens tonight... just to determine how much you want to play your guys or whatever against Atlanta. If you want to, because Atlanta could still technically fall out of the spot, but
right.
Toronto would have to win their final 3 games. I think it's the most likely, obviously, that you're going to be in the 4 seed, Atlanta's going to be in the 5 seed, and then you figure out how seriously you want to treat that game. The Wizards game, I don't think you're going to be treating seriously at all. Sorry, on Customer Appreciation Day.
It's how it's been.
Well,
all apologies.
How it's been for 5 years
but
now.
But that's okay. You can go out and have a shoot around and still beat them, so everybody will be happy. Like you could put
you need to lose to Atlanta.
Yeah, you could put in and get a workout with Evan Mobley and everybody.
But you said something. Hold on. You said people were going nuts. I was not on Twitter during the game.
Okay, I was.
Why on earth?
Because
would
it was
anybody be going nuts?
Because the defense was garbage. Because we're going to play Atlanta in the postseason.
God.
So we're going to play Atlanta in the postseason. So
You're
this
being
is going to
serious?
be.
This was
Anthony,
really. You were locked in.
Well, it's the internet. So the internet's nuts. So
you were locked into what was going on social media, and they were that mad.
I looked at my phone. I was watching the game. And I was trying to make sense of it all. So I started to watch the game, and then I started looking at my phone, and then I'm texting with Justin and a couple of the other ones, and I'm seeing it, and I'm going, well, what the hell is going on here? Because there were some people upset, and so I started to wonder. I go, man, if they were on the road, would they just be fine with not winning this game, and that would be okay? Because I think that they want to make sure they get that 4 seed, which, again, doesn't instill a lot of trust and confidence. You got to trust the Cavs to go out and get that 4 seed.
You need to help me out here.
I'm trying to.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to explain my emotions throughout that game last night.
But I'm not even talking about your emotions.
Okay.
Because I know that you.
Well, the fans' emotions with
Kenny,
me.
we've hosted shows before. We've had teams that have gone deep into the playoffs. We've had a team win the championship.
Yes, I know.
We know how these games at the end of March and early April go.
We do.
Do they not know? Have they not lived through this? Are these all new fans?
They trusted those teams. They don't trust this team.
Yeah, but are they new? Did they understand?
They're not new, but they trusted those teams. They don't trust this team.
There's no way these people could be experienced NBA observers.
They are. That's why they say they don't trust them.
And watch that game yesterday and say, well, we're having trouble defending a little bit here and there in this game, and Atlanta rolled off a few big runs. We're now in trouble in the playoffs. Like, I can't believe what is coming out of your mouth and coming from the internet. I can't believe it.
Because I said that people were going nuts?
Yes.
Okay, you can be as patronizing as you want. But
I watched that game, and I saw the unit that when they have played, okay, when that starting 5 had played, there had been, I think, 76 combined minutes this entire season.
Okay.
And I watched them, and I saw Atlanta not be able to do any of the stuff they do.
Well,
and then the benches got involved, then the Cavs weren't really getting back on defense, and the Cavs were on cruise control once they were up 17.
I was trying to take you there.
Yeah, I watched that game very differently than any of the people you're talking about.
See, you're getting all defensive and vulgar and obnoxious, and I was trying to take you there. Yeah,
I just watched the playoffs before. I've watched these games in April before.
All right.
How have you guys not done this?
In the words of somebody we knew very well, everybody down on the ground. This is unbelievable.
I would understand it if this was our first time. If we're in the first timers club.
Why they're
guys,
not
we're in the 5-timers club. We get the same jacket.
That's why they're freaking out.
Stars and luminaries get.
Is the 5-timers really a thing anymore?
Oh, yes,
it is.
Jack
Black just got
it, Kenny. Come on.
I don't know. I haven't watched Saturday Night Live in a long time. Which now turns into some sort of statement. I just haven't watched it, guys. I'm sorry. Here we go.
One of those
coming in hot, 9:45. No, I just haven't seen it in a long time. Lima sends me clips, and I watch the clips, and sometimes they're funny, and sometimes I go, this is 3 minutes too long. But I live in that world now. Can I explain to you the emotions before you jump in and talk down to everybody?
Go ahead.
Condescend?
Go ahead.
Nah, you're condescending. Forget it.
I can't wait to hear this. So they were
This is
worried.
the difference between you and me. I'm trying to have conversations with people, and you're just going to tell everybody how to think. Even though you Anthony, you've been fighting for 2 months with fans and with Nick Wilson over this, and then you're surprised that people were going nuts and were being a little manic during the Cavs game last night. You're being stupid with yourself. Don't be stupid.
Anybody that has any kind of a critical eye, who knows how this stuff works, anybody who watched that game last night would be saying the exact same thing I said. Cavs in 5, if that's the series. That Atlanta team.
Well, I was trying to take you there.
Has no chance. Did you see? Okay, James
You
Harden.
don't even trust me after 10 years. How will they trust the Cavs? You wouldn't go on this emotional journey with me.
All right, so James Harden was like 6 of 23
You don't even care to hear it.
James Harden got to the basket at will, got to all his spots. Donovan Mitchell was basically playing his playoff elevated version where the guy that was settling for threes all year long, oh, no, I'm just going to go to the basket at will. Your two bigs. Your two bigs. One of them's banged up, by the way. Your two bigs got inside and got whatever they wanted, and they got fouled every time because Atlanta's got no size. And you guys were panicking about that?
Well,
all right, Jack
I'm not
Ramsey.
panicked because I got tough talking Evan Mobley.
I think guys are ready, mentally, physically. We're getting there, so it's right around the corner, and we got to be as ready as possible for this run.
Sheriff's back in town.
Try to test a little bit. We might see them in the postseason real soon, so trying to feel them out, see what their tendencies are, see how they play, and they're probably not showing their full hand, but we aren't either, and I think this was just a good test.
I'm calling him the Sheriff from now on.
That voice.
That is the Sheriff.
That voice. It is hilarious. We've done bits with Evan Mobley's voice before.
Everybody.
But when he gets full-throated and barrel-chested Evan Mobley, kind of sounds like Michael Jackson.
Sheriff's back in town.
You want some more? Here you go.
Oh, yeah.
Look back at the film, see what we did good, and try to replicate that. Not everything's going to go your way, how you want it, but I feel like we played a great game overall, like continuously throughout the game, and that's what we're going to need throughout the playoffs.
All right, who is the best player?
Hear that? They're closing the door on the Atlanta Hawks.
Yes. Who is the best player in the series? If this is the series, who's the best player? Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
Okay, who's the next best player?
James Harden.
Maybe. Could be Evan Mobley.
Okay.
Could be. Okay.
Max Strus.
Jalen Johnson is.
It's like last night, yeah.
Jalen Johnson's really good. He's very athletic. He's young. They talked about it on the broadcast last night. You can get a triple-double at any point. He also fouled out. He's young. He has no playoff experience. This would be a welcome to the playoffs moment for Atlanta. How are any Cleveland fans worried about the Atlanta Hawks?
Because of the history. And I'm trying to explain. I'm on your side. I don't know why you're fighting
in
me.
The first round, did you guys
I've been
see,
on your side.
For as much as everybody talked about the Cavs flameouts every year, you also saw what the Cavs did to Miami last year. You don't think the Cavs are going to do that to Atlanta? Come on. Are you guys just all betting on opposing teams and you're losing money, that's why you're mad
I was
that the
trying
Cavs
to take
just win
you there.
games without trying?
Are you going to listen to me when we come back, or are you just going to jump in and start to chastise me?
I have not heard one serious argument that I'm supposed to
You
be afraid
didn't
of
let me
Atlanta.
have an argument. You
I
didn't
don't
even
think
let
there
me
is one.
say anything.
I don't think there is one. You'd have 5.
That's not how debate goes. I still get the floor at some point.
Because there is no debate.
I'm not. I wasn't even trying to debate. I just wanted to take you on a journey, and you wouldn't go on the journey with me.
They might have 5 of the best 6 in a series. They might have 6 of the best 7. Get out of here with I'm supposed to be afraid of the Hawks. Stop it. You guys you guys are embarrassing yourselves.
I didn't tell you to be afraid of the Hawks.
You said the internet was exploding last night.
I did not tell you to be afraid of the Hawks. Okay, well, the internet's the internet.
Ken was staring at the monitor.
All right, well,
there's been people was happening.
No, I just had my phone out. My wife was downstairs with the neighbor lady. They were watching movies. I was upstairs watching the game. I happen to have my phone out. What do you think I'm going to do? I was in bed. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to watch the game. I happen to be tweeting with some people because I'm a man of the people. You just sit up there in your ivory basketball tower acting like you're Hubie Brown up there and you just know more about basketball than everybody else.
Because you know what? Sometimes people need an education, and I hope they're getting
You're turning me against you.
Good.
And maybe you want it.
You
maybe
can be
you're
like
just
Nick.
bored with
you can be
and
like
I agree.
Nick, and you can root against the Cavs.
I'm not trying to be like Nick.
You can be like Nick.
I can't even grow a beard.
And sit there and
I wasn't. I'm getting played
fingers
tuba.
crossed. By the way, all they do is win. They don't even try hard, and they win and they win and they win. And I'm supposed to be afraid of the Atlanta Hawks. Amazing.
I'm not
what has
telling
happened to
you
this
to
town?
be afraid.
This town used to be a great sports town where we got behind our teams and we got really excited about
You are
postseason
insane.
runs. We have the
You are insane.
fourth best championship odds. Is
You
that
are
not good
insane.
enough? Is that not good enough, Cleveland fans?
You have lost your mind.
Is that not ready to get you excited about the postseason?
I cannot believe how defensive you've become. You have lost your mind. You have lost it. Listen to you. Listen to you.
I think the people you were staring at yesterday on Twitter lost their minds.
Like it or not.
Maybe just watch the game next time, Kenny. Maybe have some fun watching the Cavs game instead of Twitter.
Can I explain anything to you when we come back?
The floor is yours.
What is with you lately?
I'm excited about playoffs. Cannot wait.
Clearly.
I cannot wait.
We're on the same side here. Don't do this to me. 216-474-0092. Well, you wanted to throw. You want to throw it out to him? You go right on ahead. Go ahead. What do you want? What do you want? You want to challenge the people? What do you want?
I'm just saying, Cavs in 5, and all they have to do is lose to Atlanta next time out, and they have just created such a beautiful runway to get to the Eastern Conference Finals.
All right. I will try to explain the emotional journey of a regular season game, of game 80 coming up next. if you'll allow me to, on the Fan. Lord almighty.
Get ready for a Cavs run in the Eastern Conference with the best basketball talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
I think guys are ready, mentally, physically. We're getting there, so it's right around the corner, and we got to be as ready as possible for this run.
There's a new sheriff in town, folks. Or he's back in town, I would take it then.
Oh, yeah, the sheriff's back.
It's time, baby.
22-19 last night for Evan Mobley.
About to lock him down.
So the guy that everybody calls soft, the guy everybody says too meek, and I'm supposed to be worried about the Hawks when he just went 22-19.
Certified hard ass.
They didn't even run a play for him.
There's a lot of people saying you are covering up for your own nervousness.
From the Hawks series?
Yes, you are. I got Jim Correo in here.
Okay.
I
What
actually
did they say,
I
Kenny?
agree with Jim. I think you're coming off very.
Read it.
Xavier's coming off the same way. Like you, I think you're coming off very defensive because I think you are afraid to deal with the comeuppance of the fans. And I think that that's a valid point, I have to admit. Social media reactions brought to you by
Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
I thought we'd be getting in the middle of
comeuppance?
a big fight about Myles Garrett right now. This is incredible.
So they're going to play, if they do the smart thing, because I would line up that matchup ASAP, and not Toronto too, I mean, whatever. But I also think, again, it makes no sense to play guys, get them injured. Coming up tomorrow night, why would you do that? You're at this stage of the season. This is the healthiest the Cavs have been all year. Now I'm going to play guys.
Owen, is this? I know you're busy over there. Let me ask you a question, then I'll just focus on this man here. Is this what I do with the Browns? Is this what I've been doing with the Browns for a decade?
Yeah.
Just not wanting to hear anybody else and throwing a fit and a temper tantrum and getting red face.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean with him. I've been working with him for a decade. Yeah. Okay, I'm just making sure. Thank you very much. This is ridiculous. All right,
What is
let
ridiculous?
me can I explain to you?
I'm waiting for it.
No, you're not.
I
No, you're
haven't
not.
heard
You're
a
just
thing.
jumping in and going crazy.
I haven't heard why I'm supposed to be afraid of that team.
Nobody
I saw
is
last
saying
night.
you need to be afraid. Nobody told you need to be afraid. Nobody said you need to be afraid. No one on earth. I did not tell you that, and you didn't pay attention to your social media last night, so who on earth told you to be afraid? I did not tell you to be afraid. I was simply explaining the conversations that we're having between me and fans. That's all I was
And
doing.
what were those?
And then you went crazy
And
on me
what were
and
those
acted like
combos?
I was Nick saying I wanted the Cavs to lose, which is not true.
So what are the conversations? What was
They
the
were
panic about?
upset in the game because they weren't playing to what they believe is their full potential. That's all I was trying to point out. And then in the third quarter, before you bit my head off, because you're so damn defensive, in the third quarter, they flipped the proverbial switch as Justin Rowan, our buddy, Chase Down Pod, said to us. You weren't paying attention, I was. And then after I asked you, which you didn't see, if we can maybe flip the switch tomorrow, which we have to find out if Tchaikovsky is copyrighted, because of the asking of the flipping of the switch, then they started to go downhill. And then it immediately became this avalanche, not a cavalanche, an avalanche of why this team is not going to fulfill their promises. And then in the end, they win the basketball game.
You see how silly that sounds?
And all I was trying...
In game 79, because they gave up a lead against the Hawks when they were in cruise control.
I think
Now
it's 80.
this means they're not going to fulfill their
game
promise?
80. But they are reacting over the last 4 years. Not just this season. They're reacting over the last 4 years. So... they're afraid of what's happened over the last 4 years. So I have to justify. These are emotions, Anthony, and sometimes emotions aren't overwhelmingly explainable. So I have to. I justify their emotions. I see their emotions. I recognize those emotions. As much as I may want to disagree with them, history is on those folks' side, and you just have to deal with that. I have to just deal with that. I've been on your side this entire time until you came after me just by telling you what some of the emotions were last night. Because I looked at it, if I can get this off my chest until you went over and nearly killed me and stabbed me in the chest over a Cavs basketball segment, all I was trying to say is I actually came away feeling better about the Cavs after that game. And you can print this one because they seem to just toy with Atlanta the entire game.
Yes.
That's all I was trying to say. But you didn't let me get it out. You didn't let me say it. You just went nuts.
They did toy with Atlanta
I know
last
that
night.
we're heavier people. I'll call me fat. I won't call Nick fat. I know we're both heavy. He's got a beard. I got more hair on top. I am more pasty. He's a little darker. We're not the same guy, Anthony. All right? Damn.
Rent-free.
They are rent-free in your head.
Me? You're the one staring at Twitter during a Cavs game when they're toying with the Atlanta Hawks.
I'm watching the Cavs game, and I'm just trying to
enjoy the team.
Oh,
they're pretty good.
I'm trying to have an online conversation with our listeners. Is that so bad?
I don't think these are the people.
Such a bad thing?
I don't want to have online conversations with people like this. I don't. Because these are the people that are trying to ruin the playoff experience.
Well, those people are our listeners.
Like, again,
those people are valuable listeners.
If you wanna bicker that they're not the best team in the NBA,
I wasn't fighting anybody.
No, not you. I'm saying if you want to bicker the people that you're responding to, that they're not the best team in the NBA, that they're not the second best team in the NBA, that they're not the third best team in the NBA. Okay, that's fine. I mean, they have spent the most money, so have the Browns over the last how many years. But you had no way, you had no mechanism to just leap ahead of the Boston Celtics when they have both Tatum and Brown. And I think that's pretty fair. I think that's being honest. Obviously, you were ahead of San Antonio until Wemby kind of showed up. And now that's changed everything because that guy is a singular, has the potential to be an all-time player. And then Oklahoma City's Oklahoma City. They're the defending champs. Now, they almost lost in Game 7 last year. They were down.
All right.
To a team that beat you in the playoffs. But, like, who else, I keep coming back to this, would you rather be than the Cavs heading into this playoff run?
I would rather be the Cavs. Oh, well, the only
Not
two
the
teams.
Lakers.
There's only two teams I'd rather.
Goodbye to the Lakers.
Okay, there's only two teams I'd rather be, and that's Oklahoma City, and that's.
Is that not a good spot to be in?
And that's Boston. Yes,
that's
it's a great
all I've
spot
been
to be
saying.
in. But
I haven't guaranteed.
No, you haven't.
I haven't guaranteed at any point that they're going to the finals, that they're going to win the championship. I've just said, man, this could be a really, really fun postseason, and all you guys want to do is just poo-poo anything they've done. They're not
poo-pooing it.
They literally
it was the heat of the moment last
76 minutes this entire year before last night. Have they had the actual roster?
Okay, but
and now they are literally hold on, Kenny. They are quite literally the healthiest they've been all year. Jalen Tyson might be able to play on Friday. He's been out. Dean Wade came back to the lineup. You saw instantly how much of a factor he was. And then he's banging threes. He's getting steals at midcourt, bringing down the house on the other end. Like they haven't had them. You guys keep bitching about the defense. They haven't had their best defensive players. And now they're healthy, and now they might have the cleanest run of all time to an Eastern Conference Finals.
And
how could you not be excited?
But they have 4 years of getting their hopes up. All I'm doing is recognizing their emotions. That's all I'm trying to do. And you're going crazy on it when you're the king of protecting your emotions with low expectations. You're the master of that. You have encouraged people to do that since you got on the radio here in 2011. So when you encourage people to protect their emotions and aim low and hopefully be surprised, then you can't be upset with them when, they don't oversell what the Cavs could possibly do this year, when they've had 4 years of history telling them that, the odds are against them. I don't understand how you can't see it. Well, I really can't understand how you can be so demeaning towards the people who are watching the team.
Because they're not the same team. They have 3 rotation players that weren't here, that weren't part of the Darius Garland, Donovan Mitchell failures. This is now James Harden and Donovan Mitchell and Keon Ellis.
Then why does everybody disagree with you, Anthony? Then why does everybody disagree with you?
And Shooter has struggled, though.
Then why does everybody disagree with you?
I don't know.
Why does everybody seem to disagree?
I don't know. Like I said,
except for me,
I tried to go over if this were the Guardians with the 4th best championship odds, if this were the Browns, and then they made a trade deadline deal. You guys would be throwing the parade.
I think the Guardians are different.
You would be planning the parade.
I think that there's plenty of people out there that wait for the other shoe to drop at the Guardians. They've been a very successful team. They've been to the playoffs 7 of the last 10 years. But there's definitely people on that side who just think that they're not going to get their hopes up because the team, quote unquote, doesn't spend. Well, there's no quote unquote. They really don't spend.
But if they made a trade deadline deal, like the Cavs did. I'm trying to give the exact same example. Let's say they got a bopper. Let's say they went and got. They've done trade deadline deals where they were really good in 2016, 2017.
Yes.
Okay, and they went into the playoffs and they had everybody on their side. And now I'm supposed to just sit here and go, we're probably going to lose to Atlanta or in the second round, Detroit. You guys want me to do that on the radio? Would that be fun?
I've just always noticed you to be a tactician.
Would that get you excited for the playoffs?
A person who plays my own emotions against me. A person who has been very calculating in these debates, and you just went and bit my head off Kenny Carman style. And so that tells me you are hiding your own emotions and your own fears. That's how I see it.
But I'm
not the one losing my mind talking
doing
down
this
to
for
everybody.
weeks.
I think I'm pretty clearly
not with me, though.
You keep saying...
Not with me,
Well,
with
he
Nick.
did-
He's aimed it at Nick.
He did
He's aimed
this
it at
like
people
2
who think
weeks
like
ago.
My whole life has been defined by the NBA playoffs and how awesome they are. And if you guys poo-poo this, I'm going to take a baseball bat to anything the Browns or Guardians ever do again. Mark my words.
And
I think
It's been like this for a little bit.
I think you're completely misreading. You're acting like I'm hiding my fear. What? I'm afraid of Atlanta. I'm afraid of Detroit. I'm clearly not afraid of those teams.
I just think you're afraid that if they don't...
I think you've assigned some weird psychological thing that does not exist here.
I think a lot of people would expect them and hold them to a higher standard than the Atlanta Hawks, all right?
So what are we talking about here? Why are you panicking, everybody?
They're not the ones panicking. It's 6:38 in the morning on a Thursday.
Started the
I don't
show.
think anybody calling
You
and
led
listening
the
and driving is
Kenny,
panicking.
Then we just did the first... I apologize for the first 38 minutes. They were based on the panicking you told me you were seeing on
I was telling you about last
social
night.
media.
I wasn't telling you about right now. I was telling you about what happened last night, Anthony.
These
That's
aren't
what
the
I
same
told
people?
you. They don't feel the same way they did last night. They probably are the same people, but
we
last
didn't just do 38 minutes of straw man radio, did we? These are real people.
These are
okay. I'm just making sure.
I mean, they could be bots for all I know, but they've been tweeting at me for years. We got real people on the phones right now. Fine, 216-474-0092. Does Anthony have a point? Are people living in their fears? I think, gosh, the way you sound like a very insecure fan right now. I got to tell you.
I just told you I think they're going to kick Atlanta's ass.
Screaming.
And feel pretty damn good. Because I'm confident they're going to wipe away the Atlanta Hawks, who have barely any playoff experience outside of C.J. McCollum.
Over here yelling at me.
I can't. How do I sound more confident than I am right now? I think you just keep saying everything that comes out of my mouth is the opposite of what it is. If I weren't confident,
certainly sounds like it.
I'm so man. You want to talk about confusing right now? I am totally confused. I am telling you, I think they're going to dominate a series against the Hawks, and all you're saying is you sound scared of the Hawks.
And I agree with you, but I think a lot of people think that you're overcompensating. What?
The shoot workee has become the shoot worker.
Well, he's just saying the opposite.
It's been a wild March and April, man. It's been a wild, wild spring.
I think it's going to be a really nice day tomorrow. I think we might get 70 degrees. Why are you getting a jacket ready? Why do you think it's going to be really cold? Why are you wearing a parka?
Mary
what
Kay
are you
Cabot,
doing?
822. I'm going to get to you guys on the phones here in a second. 216-474-0092. Do you agree with Lima? And I apologize yesterday, and that ain't happening today, about Myles Garrett, Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, and tough talking Todd Monkin coming up on The Fan.
burrito for lunch.
You have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
.20 Mary Kay Cabot going to join us on the show. Cleveland Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. Does the Monkin man already have a plan at quarterback? That was discussed yesterday. Boy, he was tough talking yesterday. Speaking of tough talking, Lima is. We'll get back to that. We got to calm down. I got to calm you down a little. I'm honestly, I'm a little uncomfortable. I'm used to me being loud and getting mad. This is a incredible role reversal for me. So I'm gonna calm it down. I'm gonna go back to our normal place where I get mad at you about the Browns, and maybe we can reevaluate coming up here in an hour or so.
Yeah, I know we got to move on. We just had 40 minutes of me telling people that I am not afraid of Atlanta in the least. I love this path that we might have to get to the Eastern Conference Finals, make a deep run, all that stuff. Have a lot of fun and excitement in Cleveland, something I think our sports teams need from time to time. I think we'd all agree. And then, Jonathan, I'm going to laugh so hard if they choke against Atlanta. So you guys are just rooting against the Cavs. Like, I don't know. Where did this come from? Are you anti-NBA? Is it because,
you know what? That's a weird thing to say.
Is that what it is? They hate the fact that we're excited about the Cavs? I don't understand.
I wanted to get into Miles, but, you just reminded me of something here.
Yeah, we can move on.
I don't know if I want to go off half-cocked.
I've seen a lot of that. And by the way, that might as well have been written by Nick Wilson, one of the hosts on the shows.
I actually have a buddy.
It sounds like a lot of you are rooting against the Cavs, and I don't know. I can't imagine doing that. I just can't. Have they cost you money? Have their players flirted with your wives? I don't know what is going on here. I don't know. What else would it be? You had to have either lost money on them or
trying to say Evan Mobley's going up with that smooth voice trying to take somebody's wife? Is that it? Is that what you're trying to tell me, what Evan Mobley's doing?
You don't just point to it and then it goes.
You telling me the sheriff is walking up?
Type Mobley in and the date.
It's kind of like a test a little bit. We might see them in the postseason real soon, so trying to feel them out, see what their tendencies are, see how they play, and they're probably not showing their full hand, but we aren't either, and I think this was just a good test.
When we get that Michelin star restaurant in Cleveland, the sheriff's going to be able to take him out. You're going to have to watch over your shoulder there, pal. I don't want to go off half-cocked, so I'll keep it here. Because I had a buddy who's a Michigan booster of all things text me, which now you're just going to take off on that. And he goes, man, the internet was killing you, man. Like, my buddies were killing you. And I see it. And we were talking about NBA stuff. And he goes, man, he played basketball in high school. And he's like, I don't even watch the NBA anymore. And you reminded me of that conversation we had yesterday. Or that you just reminded me of the conversation I had with him yesterday, my buddy Joe, who's a big Michigan guy. And was a big basketball fan. He's like, I don't even care anymore. I'm like, how do you not care? How do you not care? So maybe that's the way. I sometimes I wonder if Major League Baseball is catching up to the NBA. Some of this stuff, I think that I think some of it is ridiculous, but I don't know, man. Just the way I've agreed with you this entire time for the most part. I do think you freaked out. And hearing you freak out makes me freak out because I ain't used to that. But I do think there is a malaise with the fan base where you're just going to have to deal with this starting after this weekend where the playoffs are here and they have to fight for the trust of the fans. They just
that's
do.
What the playoffs are all about.
I'm going to get the Miles at 7, I promise.
That's why the playoffs are awesome. And when you've got a really good team and when you're going to be favored in these series, that's fun.
I got a clip of Monkin people got to hear.
Missing?
That's at 7:01 because it's too long and I don't have enough time now. I understand what you're saying. Tone, I've been with you this entire time. And again, all I wanted to say at the beginning of the show was that the game, even though it was a little bizarre and the reactions were a bit bizarre, it actually made me feel better about the first round because I'm going, boy, they're turning it on and off anytime they want. On and off anytime they want. Donovan Mitchell went out, third quarter, went crazy. People were upset that Evan wasn't back in because he was so dominant in the fourth quarter. And it's like, really, they were doing whatever they wanted when they wanted. To me, this is exactly what I did want them to do. I wanted them to show me that they are veterans and that, there is a switch that you can flip against Atlanta. I would even guess against Detroit. Boston ain't going to be the same way, but that's why you're trying to get the 4 seed, is so you can have, and I know that's bizarre because it's the postseason, and they have proven nothing to you to trust them. So that's what you're fighting. They can only make them trust them. I can't make them trust them. You can't make the fans trust them. Only the Cavs can. And so I'm trying to thread this needle of telling fans, yeah, you could trust this team that hasn't made it past the second round and has flat out been embarrassed in years past by some of these teams, but you can trust them to have a ramp up in the first and second round to playing Boston. That's a tough sell, man. That's a real tough sell to people who have long memories. And especially when I say all the things of the injuries, that ain't going to make anybody feel better. Of James Harden being traded, which is not, if it was just Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder, maybe you would feel differently. But James Harden's such a big piece. So that all has to gel. And so you're trying to make this gel in the final 2 games of the season coming up Friday and Sunday, and then you're trying to get it to go in the postseason. That's all I'm pointing out. So you are used to it. I think you are used to it. I think your frustrations are probably going to be even more, because I think like game 1 against Atlanta, they'll probably go out and beat the brakes in game 1 beat the brakes off Atlanta in game 1. And I don't think we're going to get a lot of strong reaction. I don't think there's going to be. I hope I'm wrong, because I don't think that trips to the playoffs should ever be just regular.
That's kind of where that's all I've been coming from this whole time. Like, fine, if you've been under a malaise and don't trust the Cavs the whole year, I get that. It's the playoffs now. We got to the end of the year, and we've got all our best players available. Like, that's pretty. Ask the Lakers if they wouldn't die to be the Cavs right now, with 2 of their stars now out, and they're going to be underdogs in the first round.
I got to admit, I'm a little addicted to the conversation because this actually matters. The Cavs matter. This is the postseason coming up. Yeah, this matters.
This is why you made the Donovan Mitchell trade to begin with.
The Cavs conversation brought to you by the fine folks at Surfside Hard Iced Tea. We ask you to please enjoy that hard iced tea responsibly. I'm going to turn it around on you here in a second. A conversation about the Cavs going to the playoffs matter. A conversation that we seem to have every year where it's become tradition about the best player on the Cleveland Browns not coming to a voluntary workout doesn't matter. The guy sitting to my right wants me to apologize. Fat chance coming up in 5 on The Fan. Friends, Ken Carman here for Peter & Company Jewelers in Avon.
this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Get the latest Cavs news up until tip-off. The Afternoon Drive. Weekdays starting at 2. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Well, I apologize for something yesterday, and Lima just thinks I'm going to apologize for everything now. Coming up at 7:45, we have About Last Night. So you want an apology from everybody after Todd Monkin said this about Myles Garrett not being at voluntary workouts.
As I've said before, this is voluntary for our players to be here. I think if you asked every coach in the NFL would they like every player to be there, that of course. I think there's certain parts of what we do from a connection standpoint, that I think is important to be here. From a schematic standpoint, from a work standpoint, not so much. And it is our job to make it to where the guys want to be here. I mean, not just by the job, but by their development, by the camaraderie, being part of a team. I mean, hell, I've been part of a team since I've been 5 years old. There's nothing like it. I wouldn't miss it because that's me. That's how I'm wired. But it is voluntary. Myles will be ready. I'm not worried about Myles.
Okay. What am I to apologize for?
I think everybody who said the Myles Garrett is not in town, that conversation about voluntary camp yesterday or whatever they're calling it.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody who said that does owe the station, 92.3 The Fan, an apology. And I think anybody who just poo-pooed it all owes...
But they don't owe me an apology. I poo-pooed it.
So we shouldn't have talked about it? You think it was not worth talking about?
I get annoyed any time we talk about it.
He's very clearly talking about the importance of being at OTAs and how if it were him, he could never miss it.
Yeah.
Well, Myles is not him and is missing it.
It's a tradition that we talk about it every year, and it's also a tradition I get extremely annoyed every year. And I'm very annoyed right now by even talking about it. Is he annoyed? It doesn't. Well, this is his first time, and technically his second because he was there in 2019, but he was the offensive coordinator. They weren't asking him about that then. So this is technically his first time into all this. So maybe he'll be annoyed next year or the year after that. This ain't my first rodeo, so yeah, I'm annoyed. If he's the head coach for 9 years and Myles is still here, I'm sure he'll be annoyed.
So I guess it is either you think there's a value of these things or you don't. He clearly is stating there he thinks there's a value.
There is a value, but there's not a value to everybody out of it. I kind of went nuts about this on social media yesterday. I don't want to take everything into social media. I know we just had a great big knockdown drag out at the beginning of the show, which you can go back and listen to on the free Odyssey app with the Rewind feature, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Mary Kay Cabot at 8:20 this morning. We will ask her this question, but no, my stance is still the same as it was yesterday, the same as it was the year before, and the same as I imagine it's going to be next year.
That you prefer that he misses these?
I don't prefer that he misses them. I just don't have a problem because it says voluntary on there. And he is a guy. Guys, we got to understand something here. You spent a little time talking down to people. Let me talk down to people. I know most of us stopped playing sports after high school. And when I was in high school, it was real big team camaraderie, rah-rah stuff. That's what most of us do. Most of you guys getting in your cars right now, getting in your trucks right now, you were captains of your high school football team. You believed in all of it. And I did too. I wasn't a captain, but I believed in all of it and all that other stuff, man. I was there. Trust me. Team first, all that good stuff. These guys ain't in high school. What his teammates care about, if you frankly want to know, they care about him making plays on Sunday. When he makes plays on Sunday, it makes their business better. When he makes plays on Sunday, it makes them more money because it makes them look better. Guys in the secondary are better looking because of the pressure he puts on quarterbacks. Guys who play with them are better because of the pressure he puts on quarterbacks. He is paid to rush the passer. He's paid to sack the passer. If he showed up fat and out of shape this year, then I guess I'd have a problem with him. But he shows up in immaculate condition every single season, and he shows up and he sets records every single season.
Yeah.
So I know that they've only won 8 games the last 2 years. I've pounded that into everybody's head at every point I make about the Browns. They ain't only won 8 games the last 2 years because of Myles Garrett. So, guys, I know that we're all supposed to be in on this together and rah-rah and hands up. That all ended years ago. I don't expect him to be a leader. It would be nice, but I don't. All I expect him to do is show up and be an exceptional football player and a first ballot Hall of Famer. When he stops doing that, maybe we'll have a discussion. But until that day, there's nothing you can say to the guy because they don't even want to say it to the guy. So that's where this is.
I guess really you think it's a non-discussion because you've already accepted that Myles Garrett is not and will never be a leader.
Yes, in certain ways, I have to admit.
I think Todd Monkin is probably like, man, it'd be nice to have the best player on the team be a leader. That would be nice, because this is he's been on a team with Myles Garrett before, but this is the first time as his head coach, and I think there's no doubt a brand new head coach with new coordinators who have never done this stuff before, they would appreciate, that leadership emanating from all the premium players and the most important positions.
And I would even understand to a certain degree if Monkin is, and not to backtrack here, because I think that he does think to some degree it's a big deal. I don't. Or it's a medium deal or however size deal you want it to be.
And not the end of the world. I don't think anybody's classifying that.
Monkin wants everybody to be there. He's a football coach. Okay? He's got to brainwash these guys into coming together for a common goal. And when the best player on the football team isn't at an event, that is always going to be something that doesn't necessarily help you. So that's always going to be somewhat of an annoyance. I'm not denying that it's somewhat of an annoyance for Todd Monkin. I'm not denying that. But what I'm saying is what's really important in the end of it. It's important that he shows up and makes plays. And he shows up and he makes more plays than anybody else. So if he didn't do that, maybe I'd have a problem. Like, is Alex Wright there? I'm serious. Is Alex Wright there? Maybe it's a problem if Alex Wright weren't there. He just got paid, but I'm sure Alex Wright probably is there. There's other guys that maybe need to show some face time with the team, with the coaches, with the new staff. Maybe there are guys who need to do that. Myles, what are you going to do? You're going to trade him? No, because he holds the cards when it comes to that, and you're not going to trade him. Your boss says that every chance out there because he doesn't want to look like the biggest fool whoever was in professional football, even though it seems that the majority of the fans would like to trade him. But he ain't going to trade him, so what are you really going to do? If he shows up looking like a fat pig, then I guess we'll have a conversation, but he doesn't. So there's no. To me, it's a yearly thing that we have, and it's a yearly annoyance that I deal with.
Well, you wonder too what Jimmy Haslam thinks, because Jimmy on record saying, and this was a year ago, and after he signed the deal, he told Mary Kay, who we're going to have later on today,
820.
What we've challenged Myles on is by his practice habits, by his actions, etc., to become a real leader of the team.
Yeah. The owner also said that it was a mistake getting Deshaun Watson, and who do people pick as the starting quarterback? I mean, people say a lot of things.
No, but wait. You don't think after Jimmy Haslam signed Myles Garrett to that deal after he made the public trade request and everything and made a big thing about it, obviously.
Yeah.
You don't think Jimmy was checking in to see if Myles was there to talk to show that leadership that he said by his practice habits and by his actions.
Yeah.
Practice habits, actions.
But I could also say, all right.
That would have been an opportunity, right? That would have been an opportunity to demonstrate that.
How did Aiden Huntington make the team? That's what I go back with. Did Aiden Huntington help this football team last year? Okay, on defense, helped this. Actually, was lined up at fullback, H-back a couple times. Aiden Huntington helped this football team and worked out with Myles Garrett. It's not like he doesn't want to be around any teammates. If you ask him for help, he's going to help you.
You don't think there's a difference between because we are, all the Browns players always go off on their. We saw Deshaun Watson and Jerry Jeudy were working out. Shador's been working out. When the new head coach comes in, and I know they can't install anything or anything like that. They're very specific. Albert Breer went in depth the other day on the afternoon show about what actually goes on in these things. And it really is just cultural. That's what it is. It's starting to form the culture. Hey, look, there's the coach. Remember, they didn't want this coach. I mean, Myles Garrett didn't want this coach. They wanted Jim Schwartz.
So is this some sort of a message when he does the same thing he's always done?
That's what I'm wondering would have been an awesome gesture, and we all would have gone nuts. We can't stop. We can't be lying.
It would be a lot easier because I wouldn't have to have this conversation.
If Myles Garrett was there, and oh, by the way, we would have got a press conference, and Myles Garrett signed off on Todd Monkin and this new leadership. Guys, don't act like you wouldn't start to play the Michael Stanley and get really pumped up about the season.
And I admitted
that's all
that.
I'm saying.
I admitted that.
That's all I'm saying.
I admitted that, and I think it would make Kevin Stefanski look a little bit worse, but Myles Garrett don't give a damn about that. But you're saying it's all I'm saying. You demanded an apology yesterday. You wanted me to apologize
because you didn't say it wasn't worth talking about because
I don't think it's worth. But I'll say it now. I don't think it's worth talking about. I'll talk about it because it's my job.
The last 11 minutes, you didn't think was a decent conversation.
I've had a bunch of people. Yeah, it's a conversation to have. I've had a bunch of people saying that we should talk about it, and they are annoyed, and I'm striking those folks down, saying, no, you can be annoyed as you want, but I don't think his teammates are annoyed.
I mean, I've seen a bunch of people. We talked about the panic of Cavs fans.
Well, the phone lines are open for you if you want to let me have it.
I have seen a bunch of people questioning his leadership and wondering if he's ever really going to be all in with the Browns. They thought maybe him showing up would have been all in, would have showed that he's all in behind this team and this new coaching staff. Because remember, he wanted Schwartz. I mean, they made it abundantly clear they wanted Jim Schwartz.
That was on his Instagram story, for crying out loud.
And has he even met Todd Monkin since he's been hired? Have they even been in the same room?
Well, he's met him before. He worked with him in 19.
Yeah. And since he's been hired as the head coach, have they been in the same room?
I don't know. Did they ask him that question yesterday?
So you understand what he said? I couldn't ask Miles.
At the owners' meetings, he said they had texted each other.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
That insinuates they have not been in the same room.
They have not, but you wouldn't say that if they had been in the same room.
Todd went to the Cavs game the other day. Miles is partial Cavs owner. Was he at the arena? Maybe they were in the same room. There's a big room. I'll win on a technicality. I don't care. But we do this. We just do it every single year.
And there's a reason we do it, because the Browns are a losing team, and we always question their culture.
But he can't.
So would that have been a nice culture moment?
If he played, honestly, no.
No? Ken Carman, the football coach?
It wouldn't have, because it doesn't make that big a damn difference. What?
Come on.
What?
You would have loved it.
It doesn't make that big a damn...
You would have loved it.
Yeah, because I don't have to discuss this crap anymore.
And you would have mentioned culture. That definitely would have come up, that term.
No, it wouldn't have.
This amorphous term that we're always like, man, what is it about these other organizations? And then remember, Lamar Jackson was there this year for the first time in a long time.
Because he's a quarterback.
And because I think he believes...
This is why I get annoyed.
He believes in the culture. I think he understands. They've fallen short every year.
He called his coach publicly in front of everybody, and they got a new coach. Of course he has to show up.
And he did.
And he's
right?
a quarterback.
Okay.
There is time where they install things. And as the quarterback, what does Myles Garrett have to install? Rushing a passer?
I just think you're given a pass because you don't want to hear it from people. People are in your mentions saying, don't talk about it. This isn't going to impact Myles. It's like nobody's saying it's going to impact Myles. Myles will be great. It doesn't matter. We all know he's going to be great. What matters is they were outspoken about who they wanted as the head coach. That coach wasn't taken. And to our knowledge, Myles Garrett hasn't even bothered to go meet the dude.
Do you think it's a big deal? 216-474-0092. Am I wrong? Is it a big deal? Because I don't. I didn't think it was last year. I didn't think it was the year before. And if he's still here next year, and I imagine he will, he ain't going to show up next year to this, and I won't think it's a big deal next year. Unless he shows up looking like me. Then it might be a big deal, because then I'm thinking, well, you're not taking your job seriously then. But he clearly takes his job very seriously. 216-474-0092. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, Mary Kay at 820. And we pride ourselves on this. I can't believe we don't have one yet here in this city. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, yes. On the Fan.
Anthony Limo.
earned on 3 hits and would strike out 9. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
$9:20 this morning. Matt Miller going to join us on the show. Are we overthinking what the Browns should do in the first round, or are we not thinking enough? Team giveaway for the fan mock draft coming up at 9. Listen, I'm an excitable boy. I started to talk myself into this. You'll love it. Playing some Todd Monkin audio. Lance Riesland was putting it out. We had the press conference yesterday. And I start to talk myself. This is the time of year I start to talk myself and have a better record than what I think they're going to have. Like when we end seasons, it's like, oh God, this is just terrible. And then usually around this time, we're 2 weeks away from the draft, and I'm looking at it going, well, they can't be any worse than they've been offensively. If they're close to what they've been defensively, he's shaking his head in there. He can't believe I'm about to do it again. I don't want to be a broken record every year, but I can't help myself. And so I have to ask you guys, because I heard Todd Monkin's press conference yesterday, and I'm thinking, again, it can't be worse than what they've been offensively the last couple of years. It's just impossible. It's just, don't look at me like that. It's just impossible. Second, if they're close to where they were defensively last year, their schedule isn't as bad as what it's been in the past.
It's a great schedule.
It's a great schedule. It's a 7-win team, at least, right? And I know what I'm saying, and I'm going, oh, you guys are going to make a video, and I'm going to get hammered for being an idiot here. And I can't help myself. I'm sorry. And so, yeah, when it comes to Miles, I'm like, yeah, I'd be very excited. And I do know this. I would be so excited that we don't have to have these stupid conversations anymore about, well, should he be there, shouldn't he be there? And I'm talking to a bunch of high school all-stars, okay? They don't think like we do, all right? I'm a big team guy. You know me, rah-rah. They don't think like we do. And talking to those guys on that defense, I think it's different. I really do. But I'm telling you, I know how I am. And I'm sitting there thinking, well, they're going to win 7 games. And if Miles was there, maybe I'd think they were going to win 8 games. And here I am starting to talk myself into silly things that I'm going to pay for during the season again. It happens one way or another. Last year, I held out until, 3 days before the season started? Then we started getting hammered because we were being too negative about the Browns before the season. Then they went out and they won 5 games. And I predicted they were going to win 8 because I caved. I'm either going to stay steadfast or I'm going to continue to do the silly thing. Which one would you rather me do right now?
Look, as somebody who has been very annoyed that people aren't getting excited about the Cavs as we get ready to embark on hopefully a playoff journey.
I'm excited about the Cavs.
I have no problem with off-season optimism from the Browns. I think that's one of the things the NFL has over everybody is that in the NFL, because of the way the seasons end for the bad teams, then there's free agency, then there's the draft. So there's a compelling reason why all the teams that are bad have a chance to be good. It's what the NFL, quite frankly, has over the other leagues, is that you can go in these small, tiny 4-team divisions, you can go from worst to first, and it happens almost every year in that league. And part of it is the schedule, too. Yeah. They try to do everything they can. They give you a draft pick at the top, and then you're at the top of every round, if it provided you have the draft equity. Then you also have the newness of a new coach. How many teams are looking for new coaches every year? It seems like a third of them get swapped out every year. So the NFL really does create an environment for all the bad teams to think you're going to be better the following year.
But we're not usually better the following year.
Right. That is true.
And
we are not.
I get a lot of people.
Sometimes we get worse.
Saying I'm a moron because I kind of talk myself into it every single year that they're going to be better. Now, one year I hit it dead nails. Actually, no, I was under. Because I said they were going to go 9-8, and they ended up going 11-6. I was actually under that year, but that kind of tricked me into thinking that I was going to be better off, or better off thinking of it. I start to try to talk myself out of it because I have to weigh the good with the bad. I said all those things that are positives. I also have to say, well, you got 4/5 of the offensive line that's going to be new and they're free agents, and you know how I feel about that. We don't really know what we want to do with the left tackle. I am terrified that there's people who want to take left tackles just because they play left tackle when they may not very well be ready to start week 1, which I've asked you guys over the last few weeks, and now all of a sudden I think we got some flip-flopping going on because there's been plenty of people who said both those first-round picks got to be week 1 starters. I'm going, man, if you take Monroe Freeling at number 6, I don't know if he's going to be a week 1 starter for you. I don't know if that's going to be, and even if you do, I think that might come out reckless if you want to do something like that. Speaking about Myles Garrett, we all heard what Brian Baldinger told us, what he could do to a guy who doesn't have a lot of experience in practice. So that scares the bejesus out of you. Then we bring up Caden Proctor. Everybody says he's too slow, too fat, all the other things that go with it, even though I've seen him be a hell of an athlete, but that's more of a pick 24. People are talking about him at 6. I mean, that's crazy. And then they had in, let me throw this in there, they bring in Kenyon Sadiq yesterday for one of their top 30 visits, who I think is a great player, and you could do so many different things with him. I don't think I'd take him number 6, but I don't know if he's going to be there at number 24. But he has tight end next to his name, and so people think, well, you already have Harold Fannin, you can't take another tight end. And then they bring in KC Conception. He has wide receiver next to his name, and I think, well, everything I hear about him is that he has uneven hands. And I go, well, that's pretty important for a wide receiver.
They're not the same size, or there's not symmetric? One nail is longer than the others?
Inconsistent hands, fine.
You got to give me the football guy terminology so I can get on your level.
Well, I'm sure one's a little bit bigger than the other. I mean, it is the human body. And I'm just trying to get away from bad decisions here. Because these guys they take in the first round, they're going to have to contribute, and they're going to have to be a part of what I think their win total is going to be this year. And then you get the fight of how there's people out there that don't want their win total to be that high because of what's coming up in next year's first round. So I have to fight all that. And I'm just knowing that this is the type of year, weather's up and down, weather starts to get nice. I start to think more positively. Cavs are doing well. You get bullish about the Cavs in the postseason and what could be. And then the Guardians are there, and you're thinking, well, why can't all of them be good? Why can't this be another year where things get good? And they go, oh, wait a minute. You got a quarterback that might start the year that nobody wants to see. And you got another quarterback that some people want to see, but really it's just for morbid curiosity. So I have to temper the expectations a little bit. That's where I'm at on that. So maybe in my own way, I get upset about the Myles conversation just because I just know that there's going to be bigger conversations to have. Yeah. I just know there's going to be way bigger conversations to have. And when a guy shows up and he's in immaculate shape and the guys on the defense seem to like him, not that the offense hates him, but the defense, guys on his defense, they all like him. They all get along. He's good with them. I just tend to think the voluntary workout crap is overblown. I just do. It would be better. I will admit this. I'll meet you halfway on it. It would be better that a team that won 5 games had him show up just so it didn't make any of the fans who are really downtrodden on this team feel a little bit worse. Fine. You got that out of me. I'm not going to apologize, but you got that part out of me. But in the overall grand scheme of things, who gives a bleep, you guys? Was Myles Garrett the reason you didn't win more than 5 games last year?
Part of the problem,
was that really the reason?
And
no.
Part of the problem is it the team itself, in that all these teams are social media teams. All they do is show the players walking in that first day to get fans excited, and then there's one glaring omission every single year.
But aren't you and I supposed to be a little bit above that? Aren't you and I supposed to be above that? Like we make jokes. We make jokes about Shador walking in with Todd Monkin and them filming the whole thing. We've made jokes about I didn't know Samp was a nickname for Dylan Sampson. Like, we make jokes about that. Aren't we supposed to be above it? Aren't the fans supposed to? Yeah, it tickles you a little bit. It's like, hey, it's an anticipation that football will be here again and that there's things to look forward to instead of things to feel bad about with what's happened in the past. You got a new coach. There's some newness there. It's a new year. Of course you're to be excited. But aren't you and I supposed to be a little bit deeper than that?
Yeah,
okay.
I'd say so.
So I'm not going to get all worked up about their social media. At least I'm going to try not to get all worked up about their social media. And I want to talk about what actually matters. What actually matters is who they're going to take in this first round. That's why we have Matt Miller coming up. What actually matters is who's going to play quarterback for this team, how George Warhop is going to get this offensive line going, how is the new defensive coordinator, Mike Rutenberg, going to be able to get this defense to play on the same page and continue the work of what Jim Schwartz has done and get their trust, which seems to be that he does have a lot of trust. When you talk to Quincy Williams and those guys there, like, that's what matters. Myles Garrett not coming. Honestly, to me, it's a bigger deal about the speeding tickets than all the other stuff, than all that. Just because it's like, well, you do kind of put yourself in harm's way. If you're not available to play, then that's a much bigger problem than not showing up to voluntary workouts because he's had a car accident before.
Well, technically, he didn't have to speed to get here for that first practice.
And I get annoyed by that. I know what you're doing, and I don't like it. I didn't understand this. You guys, we are a city that prides itself on its restaurants.
This is huge news.
Tell me why this is huge news. Because, guys, I have a blind spot. In the words of the late, great Andy Roth, even though he's still alive, I have a blind spot to this.
This is monumental. This is going to lead to international tourism. The fact that Cleveland, for the very first time, will be included in the Michelin Guide when it comes to restaurants.
What is the Michelin Guide?
Oh, the Michelin Guide.
Explain this.
Kenny, the Michelin Guide is the place where foodies from all over the world look to find the best restaurants with the best culinary experiences, atmosphere, food, craftsmanship, bathroom decor. All of it together is taken into consideration for a very, very special award. Treat it as like the Academy Awards for restaurants.
We don't have a Michelin star in the city.
No, we've never even been. It's never even been
an opportunity.
An opportunity, yeah.
Why?
I think they've always Chicago, New York, Miami.
Just close, so it's a
San
Great
Francisco.
Lakes region, which you would think Chicago would be part of that, but they're bigger than that. So, they've been a part of that for a while. They're really like the closest. For Clevelanders to go get something.
Let me ask you this. I don't, seriously, I'm not like you guys. I don't, like Owen and you go to restaurants. We go to Youngstown, and even then Liz is going to want to go to Olive Garden. Would this actually bring people to the city?
Well,
if one of these restaurants here gets a Michelin star, it's not guaranteed from what I know, right?
Yeah, they will come in and they will examine, and it's crazy how they do it.
This is have you heard of the show The Bear? This is
I've never seen it.
This is the whole basis of The Bear.
This is okay.
Trying to get the elusive Michelin star. It's a game changer for any chef.
Is that $350 sushi restaurant that's back? Is that going to be a Michelin star restaurant, even though it's in a house?
That is the exact type of chef and atmosphere and experience that would want to throw their hat in the ring for a Michelin star.
Can the Schwitz get a Michelin star? Because the secret's out. You can't. I mean, everybody's talking about the Schwitz now. Poor Les is rolling in his grave, but you get what I'm pointing out.
The garlic steak.
Could that be a Michelin star?
I don't think so.
No.
Do you only get one star? Is there like a 4-star? There's 3 stars.
And it's impossible.
Right.
And it didn't. United States restaurants weren't even considered, I think, till like 2003.
So I will just give you an example of United States 3-star restaurants in 2025. There are 14 in the whole U.S.
And people, and Kenny, people will get on an airplane and get a hotel room to experience a Michelin star.
So there's only 280 in the whole country that have a star at all.
I'm serious about this. If you're watching on YouTube Live, you could. I'm guessing. Oh, God, I'm going to say something stupid. I always thought the Michelin star thing, I've heard of a Michelin star. I just assumed it was after the tires.
It is.
It is.
It is.
That's where it originated.
Yep.
The French company.
Really? Okay. Wait, it's a French company.
Owen had great Owen knew this before I knew it.
Yeah.
I thought it was an American company.
No.
Oh, okay. Then the no United States makes sense. Oh, then this is a big damn deal then. So there's 14 in the world or 14 in the States?
14 in the country.
14 in the States. Well, there's a hell of a lot of restaurants in the States, so that's a big damn deal. So are they expanding it? If we're going to do it in Cleveland, I want a good one. I don't want to have a watered-down version of the Michelin stars.
That is what I'm wondering, because also included in this new Great Lakes Guide will be Detroit, Indianapolis, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, Pittsburgh.
There's good places there, I'm sure.
Of course, there's great restaurants everywhere.
Now, there's going to be a lot of people that, like Lima and I, that go to nice places around town.
I used to.
There's going to, you have kids now. You don't get to go to any of those. But I get to go to them. I'm sure there are people that are going to be offended that their favorite place didn't get picked. And it doesn't make it any less of a restaurant.
Well, I'm wondering, too, are they watering it down for the whole reason?
Honestly, I'm hoping none of the places that I like to go to get picked.
Well, because you'll never be able to get in there.
Correct.
And the prices are going to skyrocket. And that chef will be so famous, he'll never end up working there again.
And they have other things. So they
Good
have,
idea.
And this is stuff I didn't know. They have a thing called the Bib Gourmand, which is like they're saying that it's good food at an affordable price, right? Like it's like a recommendation. Well, once that happens, then everybody goes there.
Yeah, you'll never be able to get in.
I think it's got a lot to do with people taking staycations now, and even like if you join any like Reddit boards or Facebook chat groups or anything, there's a ton of like, I live in Ohio, I want to go somewhere this weekend, where should I go? And people putting that out and they recommending, and I think this has something to do with that type of philosophy.
I'll tell you who's not going to like this, Kenny.
Who?
Who's not going to like this at all?
Who?
If Chez Francois gets one of these, you know who's not going to be able to meet there and convene weekly throughout the high school football season?
The Sharps.
They're not going to be. They're going to get run right out of there.
You have to find a different place for the Sharps to meet.
Yes.
Their
There's
phone
a place
version
right
of the
around the
Bergen
corner
Hut
I can
Fish
tell
Club.
them about. It's great.
You have to. I'm not in any worry. I go to the
down Route 6.
I go to the Cozumel at 150th. I don't think I'm going to be in any trouble there.
Well,
I love it, but I don't think they're going to get
I could power rank my Cozumels even.
Oh, well, I mean.
Can you limit it to top 8?
The originals still.
How crazy is it, Kenny, that all the places that seriously want to vie for something like this, you don't know when they're coming. They don't announce when they're coming.
Well, no, you can't. You always have to be at the ready.
They come in disguise.
Okay.
Well, I know what I'm doing this weekend.
You're going to dress up like a Michelin star evaluator?
I'm going to wear a shirt that says Michelin star evaluator on it. See if I
thought you just wanted me to dress up like the Michelin Man, which one time...
Don't you do that every day, Ken?
My buddy's brothers, they were
Come
on acid. I'll never forget this. They were on acid back when we were kids, and my buddy was wearing white basketball shorts and a white undershirt, and his brothers were standing in the doorway, and they were laughing. He goes, "What are you guys laughing at?" And they thought he was the Michelin Man. Good acid, man. Those were back in the days. Coming up at 8:20, Mary Kay Cabot going to join us on the show.
Back when acid was acid.
Speaking of being on acid, the Guardians are finding offense in an extremely unexpected place. And you're going to have to hear what Bryson DeChambeau is willing to do to win the Masters this weekend. That's in 5 minutes and about last night on The Fan. We'll look through the window, see the weather right now.
around the globe that we never hear of.
Embarrassing. We got to be better on defense.
It won't matter till April. I think we know that. Y'all gonna write us off. We could go 82-0, no one would care.
He's a piece of crap. The kid, he sucks. He's sucked his whole career.
I got rumors about him. He couldn't please his wife, so now he's divorced.
Put a damn winning team on the field.
Now the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima give their thoughts on what you might have missed about last night.
Moments ago, the Masters kicked off with Gary Player, Tom Watson, and Jack Nicklaus doing those honorary tee-offs. And, well, Jack Nicklaus's, his did not go so well. Here's how it sounded.
Oh boy, tough hook left.
So you guys can't see this. Let me explain it. Lima, you were the first one to mention it. They did this so dirty.
Yes.
You're supposed to show him to the side. Like Sam Snead had that smooth swing the entire way. And so you never really knew where it went.
No.
Who got somebody in the head one year in the 90s? Was it Sam Snead? I forget who it was. But
was it Arnie?
It might have been.
Always doing this.
But Jack Nicklaus tees off, and they got like a shot from behind. So you're going to see where the ball goes. I'm going, he's got to be, what, 88?
He's 86.
86. Yeah. He's 86 years old. What are you doing showing that angle?
Yeah, and he had fun with it, which was good.
Because he knows he's a legend. He can have fun with it.
I wonder at this stage of his life how much he's even truly golfing. Because, it's got to be hard on him. He doesn't have the physique of Gary Player, who does push-ups and sit-ups every day.
How do you know Gary Player works out?
He tells
You're
you
on Gary
about
Player for 60 seconds. He's going to tell you.
Yes, and that's his whole motto. He's like the Jack LaLanne of today. Nobody under the age of 50 will understand that reference. But he's, poor Jack, they're showing it from behind as if it's, 1995. Like, it's not, this might be the last year he ever does
Honestly,
it.
it looks like a Kenny Carman tee shot. Yeah. Is what it looks like.
Yeah, so.
I feel bad.
How excited are you, Kenny, for the start of the Masters? Because we asked John. John doesn't really watch golf, but you said what? The majors.
I watched the majors, yeah.
It's, I've been golfing since I was 15 years old, and I've never been good at it, and I don't have much time. I'm actually golfing at Atlantis on vacation coming up next month.
Really?
Yeah, my neighbor got it for us, and I'm going, okay.
Congratulations on all your success.
And he goes,
what's 18 holes?
I don't know. I have no idea. He said he got a deal, and it's like a gift, and I go, okay, that's great, fantastic. I don't even know if it's a gift. Maybe Liz paid him. I have no idea. I don't have any money.
You're not taking your clubs, too.
No.
So you add all this up. We're talking about a $500 round before you know it.
Well, and I'm like, I have not taken any practice swings or anything like that. And I just feel like I'm a disgrace to the game. And everybody's like, oh, let me help you. I'm like, there's no helping me, guys. It's bad. It's just so. John, you have no idea. My golf game is legendarily bad.
What's your handicap?
I'm somewhere in the thousands. I don't even know how to do the handicap. I really
Doesn't
don't.
matter.
Like everybody says, like, well, people believe me now, but people used to go, Kenny can't be that bad. And Lima and Tony Fair like, yeah, he's that bad. He is really that bad, you guys. It got better one time when my kids were really little, and that's it.
Well, we were going to stick with the Masters here. Bryson DeChambeau, he 3D printed his 5-iron this year at the Masters. This is not the first time that's happened. Jason Day and Ricky Fowler have also used 3D printed clubs. But he's doing it himself. He is designing the club himself, and this is going to be the way of the future for golf, and this could really mess up Titleist and Callaway.
So what's crazy to me is if you've been and had any kind of access at an actual golf tournament, the PGA and the LPGA, it's mobile. They go to every golf course.
Mm-hmm.
And all the companies, you can, if you break your driver or whatever, like they can create exactly the closest to it until they had the 3D thing. Now they can literally craft with the 3D printer the exact same fit and everything that you had prior. So it's crazy the technology that's involved here.
Well, I would just imagine that like a guy like Bryson DeChambeau, who created his own 5-iron, would just get together with a company and have, like if he wins this weekend, you can own the Bryson DeChambeau style 5-iron. And so you would just buy Bryson DeChambeau clubs. Wouldn't you just sell that and make money off of it?
It seems like he would be the guy to do it. He's a YouTube sensation. Yeah. He's actually, they set up the amount of money that he has been able to make.
He's really come around.
On YouTube is insane. And I guess I heard somebody say, because I thought Rory was the most popular player in the world or whatever. They're like, no, it's Bryson.
Mm-hmm. It's him, man.
It's not even Spieth anymore. It is Bryson.
No, it's well, you found out he actually has somewhat of a personality, which is nice because I didn't think he had a personality at all back in the day.
The Guardians put up 10 runs on the Royals, capped off by a 5-run eighth. Angel Martinez, 4 hits in a grand slam. Rhys Hoskins, 3 doubles. This is what the Guardians needed. This is what they were missing. They have an offense now.
Do you know what Austin Hedges is hitting right now?
Over 400.
He is hitting 455.
Oh yeah, I thought it was close to 500. It's insane. It's insane right now.
No, he's hitting. No, he went in yesterday at 4. He's at 400 right now, right on the dot. I beg your pardon. In the 10-2 Guardians win. I was listening, and I remembered I was listening to some Grant Fink audio, who's their hitting coach, took over for Valleca after he left last year, and before last year, and he was mentioning some stuff about Austin Hedges over the last 2 off seasons, changing his approach to the plate. You know, it kind of goes through one ear and out the other. And then you're seeing how he's hitting. You're going, something has to be changing. He's not chasing the way he did last year. And there's definitely something in there. I mean, he was, second-round pick? Like, people thought he was going to be a great hitter at one point back in the day. I'm not going to say he's going to turn into Aaron Judge for crying out loud, but this is some pretty strong stuff out of him.
This is going to sound horrible. It's not to poo-poo what he's done. He's played 4 games this year, guys. He's the backup catcher.
Okay,
do you want to extend him, Kenny?
He's older. Well, he's older than Bo Naylor. So
he's older than everyone on the team.
You're going to play Bo Naylor, and you're not going to play him as much. But if I can get some offense out of him, you know what? I know they have a bunch of.
He is the guy for, certain pitchers want him to catch him because he makes the game plan for a lot of these catches. So if he can continue to hit like this, maybe it's not so much of every fifth day you catch.
I'm glad that you brought that up because it puts heat on Bo Naylor. Because before, last year at one point we were saying like if there was anybody else other than Austin Hedges, Bo Naylor would be in a lot of trouble. Well, you have Austin Hedges, who, if he can actually swing the stick, we know he's one of the best defensive catchers in baseball, one of the best with pitchers in baseball, probably will be a manager at some point here. If he can continue to swing, all of a sudden maybe he starts to get himself into the lineup a lot more often, depending on what Bo Naylor's able to do.
So I always wonder,
it puts heat on Bo.
So yesterday, everybody got in the action except for David Fry. Everybody got a hit except him. Does he have to buy everybody dinner? Is there something that he has to do?
He clearly has to buy everyone fries.
I do got to tell you, though.
Freedom fries.
Does it count for Kyle Manzardo if he got it off a position player?
Ooh.
I would say no, except he came in batting under 100, so I'm going to say yes, it does count for Kyle Manzardo because they had a position player pitching in the 8th inning.
He's at 086 right now.
Which he came into that at-bat at 059.
Oh, man.
Not a great start. He'll heat up. Kyle will heat up. Thank you very much, John. John's heating up as well. Coming up at 8:20 this morning, Mary Kay Cabot. We'll talk Browns with her, obviously, and we'll talk about Todd Monkin with her, because speaking of Todd, we had a tough-talking version of Todd Monkin yesterday, and Lima is a little bit offended by it. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, that at 8:01 on The Fan.
XTENDAV.com.
blame it all on Stefanski, and we can go that route. And if he stinks, then guess what? I'm riding shotgun for Arch Manning at pick number 1 in the 2027 draft. But like, if you put it in Jimmy Haslam's eyes and his eyes alone, I could see how he thinks that's the right call.
The Afternoon Drive. Weekdays starting at 2. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Todd Monkin got defensive yesterday. Mary Kay Cabot going to join us at 8:20. We got audio of Todd defending the Browns, defending his haircut. Here is Todd Monkin in his press conference, Browns head coach.
Coach's photo last week.
Yeah. Then why are you asking it?
Sean McVay wasn't in there. In the photo either. Do you ever think that that's...
I can't comment on Sean McVay.
Right. But do you feel like you got, a disproportionate amount of the bluster for that?
Oh, I really don't give a shit. I mean, it had nothing to do with me. I mean, they moved the meeting. I didn't miss it. I was just trying to get a sweet haircut. I mean, that's what I was trying to do. And then they moved the meeting. Now, you can blame that I should have been at the meeting when they moved it up and my ass would have known that's when it was. Yeah, okay, I got you. Was it disappointing? You bet your ass it was disappointing. I waited my whole life to be a head coach. I'm not in the head coach's picture. You'd think with AI they could have done that quickly and got me in there. But no, it's the way it is. It'll be under the bridge, and what'll matter most is how we move from here and do we win or not. That ultimately, none of that will matter.
The reason I asked is that there's this perception around the Browns, what can go wrong, will go wrong. People always read the worst into what happens here. How can you guys change that perception?
Winning. Well, what changes everything, right? Winning changes everything, right? I told the coaches that the other day, right? Or playing well. How does a player stop a narrative? Play well. How do we stop a narrative on offense? Score. How do you stop a narrative of winning? Win. It's pretty freaking simple, right? I mean, is that not in life in general, right? There is a narrative out there that, you're not a good husband. Well, be a good husband, right? All that's part of it, right? Change the narrative, become that. That's what we have to do. It's real simple.
Go ahead and say it. Is that a shot at Mike Vrabel? No. We don't know.
In listening to that man talk, I know a lot of Browns fans say, finally, we get a truth teller because we had been sanitized over the last 6 years. He's just repeating the same lines. That got really old real fast. Now, you've got somebody who's going to say stuff. But I also, in listening to him, I'm like, is this Freddie 2.0? Are we getting some Freddie 2.0 here? And I know that drove you crazy because we do not want Freddie. So
because of all the unfair commentary, that's got to be the most unfair. Like the Browns, I could say it's unfair to Todd Monkin. Todd Monkin has technically been a part of the dysfunction before, can't deny it. But he wasn't disorganized the way that was. That was a mess. That was a fight every single day. I can tell you right now, I don't want to say too much because one guy's the head coach of the football team now, but you had one guy who thought he should be in charge of the offense. You have another guy who probably should have been in charge of the offense. The guy who thought he was in charge of the offense had one game where things went well and then decided to take the reins, but it was a disorganized mess. And I think that it's been proven since that, Todd Monkin was the one who was more organized. Todd Monkin is a plain-speaking man. I don't think that has anything to do with what the outcome of his career is going to be. I don't think he's a one-and-done guy because he says the S word.
No, it's more than that.
I don't think that.
It's more than just saying stuff and saying things fans want to hear at press conferences because you talk like us, And by the way, Rex Ryan did that, and they went to the AFC Championship game the first 2 years, and then that act wore really thin.
Well, when you're losing, it wears thin. Like, I won't deny that. Like, if he's out there getting prickly and cussing at people and they're a 4-win football team by the end of the year, people aren't going to like that. Because then they start to find your faults. They start to find things that you do that they don't like. And when you start Deshaun Watson week 1 this year, the honeymoon will definitely be over with a lot of fans.
Put it this way, we would get mad, so I don't want to be hypocritical here. We would get mad that Kevin would not hold anybody accountable publicly. Because I've seen good coaches do that with certain players that they think they needed to. I mean, Phil Jackson, it's legendary how you want to talk about going public about a guy? He wrote in a book after a season all these flaws of Kobe Bryant. And you know why he did it? Because he knew.
Because he knew he was a psycho.
That he wasn't going to lose Kobe. That was going to take Kobe a different way. There's a bunch of other guys, had you have done that, maybe Shaq, that would have gone south. All right, Todd's got to be a little strategic when it comes to this.
Well, Phil had already had titles with Chicago before he did that.
Sure,
so
he had he had
the gravitas,
the equity to be able to do that.
Todd can't do that yet. But I want to be fair. There's a difference between being fair to the Browns and being fair to Todd Monkin. Yeah, Todd Monkin was a part of it once, but I think Todd Monkin was probably the responsible one in that whole fiasco. All right, not responsible for the fiasco, but the more responsible person in the fiasco, I guess. But the Browns have all their dysfunction and all the silliness and all the Browns, same old Browns and all that stuff. That's blamed right on them because you haven't won. With Todd Monkin, he is trying to change that, and he's right. Winning is the only thing that's going to change that, and so everything has to be for him dedicated to winning.
Because you mentioned, Kenny, off the air real quick, you mentioned who also wasn't in the photo. Everybody was doing LOL Browns at the coach.
I said this.
Not
I know
being
you weren't
in the
here.
photo.
I know you weren't here that day, but I said it right there. I go, Sean McVay, and I said I couldn't complain because Sean McVay is a Super Bowl winning head coach, and his team's a contending team every year. So I'm hoping, like when I was a kid, when I was little. I know the Patriots to be a mess when I was little. Like, Adam Sandler used to make fun of them all the time. Like, they were a mess. And so you made fun of the Patriots. You said they sucked out a lot. There's plenty of teams that you got to change it. Now they're known as one of the gold standards of success in professional sports history. It's up to you to change that. At one point, the Browns were known as the pinnacle gold standard of football.
Yeah.
And now, obviously, that's changed. Well, it's up to them to change all that. And Todd Monkin has to put his best foot forward. So I understand what Todd Monkin's saying. I'm not excited over Todd Monkin because he cusses. Kevin would cuss every now and then, not in public, but Kevin would cuss every now and then. I don't have a problem with that. I am happy that he's himself because, again, he's at an age where he can't pretend to be anybody else.
No.
And the thing that got him, the thing he knows that is going to win, this is why I'm excited by this. What he knows is going to win is being as authentic as possible, and the chips will fall where they may. If he's anything but that, he really won't have a chance.
I did wonder when I hear him talk. And I really was curious because I didn't want to text you too much yesterday because I could see you were about to.
I was getting a little bit upset. Well, you used a term and you knew I was going to get upset.
Well, so I'm
not going to say it on the air.
Well, it's something that.
It's up to you.
Let's just say, observers around the league and stuff that start texting when they start texting about the Browns. And I'm like, people that might work in the league and some people that I know that I've crossed paths with, they see Todd and they're like, oh, this is going to wear thin very quickly. Especially when the losses mount, because they're assuming the Browns are going to be bad. And so when tough talking Todd is out there saying things and using profanity and doing the stuff that he's been shielded from because he hasn't been a head coach, he's been a coordinator. And so the coordinators don't talk after losses.
But I think
but the head coaches do. Yes. And so I'm very curious to see what the act is if they get off to a slow start.
I think this could be a very good thing, though.
And here's what I was going to ask you. Do you think him and his truth-telling, do you think it cost him head coaching jobs in the past? Because why wasn't Todd Monkin a head coach?
Probably.
He's got the resume of a guy who should have been a head coach.
And you're right, and he was successful in turning around Southern Miss when he was in college, and then he went to the pros. I'm sure there's a multitude of reasons. And I'm sure probably is that he's come off. I mean, part of this is a political appointment by owners. I mean, they see a person and they want. I'm sorry. I know Cliff Kingsbury is good at being on offense. I think if Cliff Kingsbury looked like me, I don't think Cliff Kingsbury would have ever got another chance again. Flatly, that's it. He's a good-looking man. He stands out there. I mean, you might get one crack if you look like Kenny Carman. I don't know if you're going to get another crack at it.
Who is the old offensive line coach we used to have?
Bob Wiley. Bob Wiley. God bless him. He's a wonderful, wonderful man.
You're telling me if Kingsbury looked like Bob Wiley?
I don't think he'd get a second chance. It is, and part of it's political. Part of it is how you would look as a candidate, because you have to talk the fans into believing into it and believing what it is. And teams go from one pendulum swing to another. We had Freddie. Freddie was insane. Then you went to Kevin. Kevin was as quiet as a church mouse. And so it was the perfect thing at the perfect time. But now you have a team that doesn't really have leadership. You have a team that, you're yelling about Miles, but let's be honest. If you had a quarterback to go into this, maybe they wouldn't have picked Todd, but you need a guy that's going to be himself the entire way through. So he can go out there and he can drop F-bombs in the media, but if he goes into the locker room and he still is the same way, that will get respect.
Yes, that's true. That is 100%
if you're the exact same way, because he can go out there and guys, if they start 0-3 and he stands there and he has reasons for it and he goes, you know what, you guys keep asking me the same effing questions, and let me tell you about some of these situations that happen here. Let me tell you about about what happened in the Lions. I don't even know if they play the Lions. I'm just saying, let me tell you what happened in the effing Lions game. And he just starts in on it, and fans are going to be going, oh, my God. And there's going to be some fans who are upset by that because you're 0-3. But that might resonate with the players. Again, Jim Fossil, when I was a kid, you thought he was a boob. And he pushed the chips to the middle of the table, said, we're going all in. This team's going to the playoffs. And he was as authentic as possible, and that's a team that went to the Super Bowl. They lost, but they accomplished great things there with the New York Giants. If you are that way, this team will have a chance to be more successful than they were last year, and he will have a chance to be a head coach for multiple years, and maybe with this quarterback or next quarterback or whatever, have a chance to be successful. Because, again, you can lie to me, you can lie to Tone, you can lie to the fans, you cannot lie to those players. So if he's the same exact way, and it seems that he is, I don't think that this is putting on some facade or putting on some act. But he will be challenged to act as what he knows is the right thing to do over and over and over again, because he will be tested by those players. If he passes those tests, then what he says in press conferences can help him. And help him with his players. Mary Kay Cabot, she sits in those press conferences. Did the Monkin man already make his decision at QB? It's early, but are we already wrapped up? Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, Mary Kay on Todd, 5 minutes away on the Fan.
latest Browns content filtered right to your phone during the offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Voluntary workouts and all that stuff. Also coming up at 9 o'clock, Lima. Are you going to talk down to me again, or are we going to have a civilized conversation about the Cavs?
I kind of feel like I was talking down to the panickers that you referenced.
You were accusing me.
Well, you weren't panicking. You were just referencing the panickers.
I don't think there's any way in hell Lima's going to have a civilized conversation about the Cavs for the next 2 weeks at least.
Well, I'm going to be civilized coming up at 9 o'clock. Team giveaway for the Fan Mock Draft is also coming up at 9 o'clock. Let's get to Mary Kay Cabot. She's always civilized, and she joins us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Hello, Mary Kay.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Doing well. Is Myles Garrett not showing up to voluntary workouts a big deal? This is a today like today, a tradition unlike any other.
It's not necessarily a big deal, but I think it's noteworthy. I do think that when you hear guys like Tyson Campbell and Carson Schlesinger talk about why they're here and why it's important, and the same thing with Denzel Ward, and when you hear Todd Monkin talk about the camaraderie and the bonding that takes place at this time of year, I do think it sends a message if you can show up at least for the first few days. So if I were Myles Garrett, I probably would have come for at least this first week. Then you can kind of slide away for a little while and come back and hit some of the highlights. But being there at the beginning, I think, is really good for a lot of reasons.
Do we think Myles and new head coach Todd Monkin will actually meet each other before the first day of actual training camp?
Yes, absolutely, because they have a mandatory veteran minicamp that he has to attend, and that is June 9th through 11th. Now, I'm very curious to see if he attends the voluntary minicamp, the bonus camp that they've been given, which is April 21st through the 23rd. That's for teams with new head coaches, and it's really an opportunity to put these guys out there in 11-on-11s early in the process and kind of see what you have and put the playbook out on the grass a little bit. So I'll be curious to see if he does that. It's really not something that he usually would normally do. I don't think it's part of his paradigm to show up for that, but you never really know. So we'll see how that goes. But I thought Todd Monkin, his answer to my question to him about this topic was pretty telling when he said, I would be there. That's how I'm wired. I wouldn't miss it. But he did add, of course, that he knows that Myles will be ready.
Do you think he's annoyed then?
Not annoyed, not annoyed, because they're not allowed. We know they're not allowed to be annoyed.
It's collectively bargained, no annoyance.
Right, this not permitted. But I do think that, of course, he wishes that the NFL Defensive Player of the Year were on hand to meet his new defensive coordinator, to hear the message about what this season is going to be all about for these guys, and to help mentor some of the younger guys on the team.
All right, real quick, Mary Kay, if you allow me to indulge. Kenny, can we get you on record?
What?
Mary Kay referenced a bonus camp, that another opportunity where he could be there, that they get this camp opportunity because they got a new head coach. Will you be excited if Myles shows up to that?
Excited?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. I just want Ken to be on record.
That's a non-answer. Yes, I'll say yes.
Okay.
Fine. The why not part tries to leave me like an out. Like, I don't care about answering your question. I'll answer. I'll say yes. I'll be excited.
All right, Mary Kay. The other quarterbacks, obviously, that's going to be front and center throughout this entire process up until training camp and throughout. Deshaun Watson, was he there, Mary Kay?
Yes, he was there.
Was Dylan Gabriel there?
Yes.
Was Shedeur Sanders there?
Absolutely, yes.
The competition is on, ladies and gentlemen.
But they've said they were all there.
I know.
Okay, so
I had some theater to talk about the thing we're going to be talking about the most now. Once we get all this stuff about Myles and the new coach and the tough talk, all that out of it, is it officially on between those three quarterbacks?
Amongst those three, yes, it is. It is officially on. And I think the key to this part of the competition is to know that playbook inside and out. I think you can separate yourself, differentiate yourself by memorizing that playbook and knowing it like the back of your hand. So it's incumbent upon these quarterbacks to really do that, to work on that. And then when you do get a chance to work with the coaches after this first 2-week period, you can go out there, you can play fast, you don't have to be thinking, and you can demonstrate that you know the new playbook. And it's not going to be easy. The terminology in these playbooks is very, very difficult. And these guys are learning a whole new playbook. And when I did ask Todd about that at the owners' meetings, he did say the learning curve on that will be steep. So they should all have their nose in that playbook, and that should be just as important right now as throwing the ball or lifting weights or whatever.
Go with me on this, won't you, Mary Kay? Go on a journey with me. Do you believe that Shedeur Sanders started too soon in his career last year?
No, not necessarily. I don't really necessarily think so. I would say, though, it's probably somewhat debatable, because I'm not entirely certain that the coaches felt that he was ready for that opportunity. I know they worked very, very hard to get him up to speed, but I believe that they probably felt that he could use a little bit more seasoning. I mean, let's remember, he hadn't even gotten any reps with the first team yet. So it is probably a little premature to be starting football games when you have not thrown to Jerry Jeudy yet in a practice. But I thought that with what he had to work with what he had been given previously, that he went out there and still showed flashes of being a quality NFL starter. And I think that's vitally important.
Well, see, now that changes everything there, because I thought, he wasn't really prepared for it. They didn't do a lot to prepare him for it. He was thrust into action. And I thought, man, could it be possible that Todd Monkin would go into this and go, it was really too soon last year. Maybe we go with the veteran, and then you come off the bench, get a chance to breathe, and then you come back in if things go haywire. But you don't think it's going to go that way?
I think that whoever shows, and it's not going to be easy to prove that you can go out there and be the quarterback that gives the Browns the best chance to win a game, but whoever demonstrates that and shows that is going to be the one that they choose to start the opener. And Todd said yesterday, and I believe him on this, that even the players will know, that they will be able to tell in practice who's going to be able to give them the best opportunity to win games on Sunday in September. And again, it's tough because you're not getting rushed. You're not, getting game planned for and all those kinds of things in practices. You're not running 7-on-7s in games. So it's going to be tricky because a lot of times a quarterback is a gamer, and I think Shedeur is that. I think Shedeur is a gamer. He does often look good in practice, but he really seems to shine in difficult moments in the game. I thought some of his 2-minute drills were some of his best moments last season, and he does have that it factor that Todd Monkin is looking for, and so does Deshaun. And we haven't seen it necessarily yet from Dylan here, but I think that he has some of that too as well. Of course, he did in college. So it's going to be tricky, but I think whoever gives them the best chance to win on the field will be the one who wins the job, not who has the most experience, not who has the most marketability, none of those things. It will be the ability to win.
Mary Kay joining us right now on the hotline. So we had a big conversation before you came on about tough talking Todd and just his messaging. His style is complete 180 from Kevin. And I think it was pretty clear. We all would agree that Kevin's messaging got a little stale by the end, after 6 years. With that said, are there any advantages, disadvantages to the way that Todd approaches his communication, not just to the media, because who cares, but how he is in that locker room?
Well, I do think that you have to be yourself, completely yourself, and I think he is that. And I think that will be a refreshing change of pace for some of the players to have a coach who just is very, very real with them. He's embraced some of them. He greets them at the door. He's showing emotion, and I think that that's going to be a good thing for this roster, especially this very, very young roster. So I do like some of that. What I think that Todd might have to tone down a tiny bit and maybe he won't. I don't know. I mean, I do think it's good for him to be himself, but I'm not sure that, some of the cussing is going to be exact, the photo and things like that. I think you might want to dial that back a little bit, but the rest of it, I think he should 100% continue to be himself and just tell it like it is.
How did Quinshon look as he got in there? Everyone's kind of wondering about the rehab and how he's going to look coming off surgery at the end of last year.
Well, we are not watching any practice yet. Right now, the only thing that is happening is conditioning and meetings. And even when these guys go out onto the field to do some things, they're not coached up out there. This is just the strength and conditioning staff that's working with them in those kinds of things. So we haven't seen anything about Quinshon yet. The only thing I've seen is him walking into the building without any kind of a limp, without any kind of a brace or cast or anything on that ankle and fibula. So far he looks really good. I expect him to be pretty limited in the spring and then full go at some point in training camp.
How important is it that both picks in the first round start for this football team week 1?
It depends. It absolutely 100% depends on the player, the situation, and who's in front of him. Even you look at the Raiders right now, there's some speculation that Kirk Cousins could start in week 1 out there. So you never really know. And I mean, I think it's important to get an impact player with those picks, and hopefully for them, future Pro Bowl players with those picks. But I don't think you have to put a date on it. Baker Mayfield did not start. He was the number 1 overall pick and did not start week 1.
Yeah, but we all thought he was goofy for that, so I don't know if that counts.
Well, a number of teams actually do that.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, usually those guys, the 4 and the 26, the 6 and the 24 will start for you. But you can never say never. What if it's Ty Simpson? Had to open up.
Here we go again, Mary Kay. Here we go.
Why would you do that? Why? You don't think they actually have a chance to draft him, do you?
No, you guys. Okay. But I told you guys last week that I could not be held to that. I was just you painted me into a corner. I heard you say the other day that somebody painted you into a corner.
I get painted in the corner all the time.
On Jeremiah Left. So you painted me into a corner, and I had to give you an answer, or I could have just said, I respect the question. But I gave you an answer, but I also qualified it and said, I reserve the right to change this tomorrow or next week or the next day or whatever. I'm not jumping on the table for Ty Simpson. I actually do think that the best course of action for the Browns would be to try to trade down from number 6 unless they have determined that Ty Simpson is someone that they want to draft. And I really don't believe, as I said last week, that is going to happen. So I probably would be trying really hard, and I'm sure they are trying really hard, to find a trade partner for number 6 overall.
Mary Kay Cabot from the Cleveland Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com on the Make It Right Call Kyle Right hotline. Read all her stuff. It's wonderful. Listen to her pod. Mary Kay, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, guys.
Mary Kay Cabot on the Make It Right Call Kyle Right hotline. Okay. Here you go. It was very nice. Make you feel better about Shedeur? It was not. I was glad that she, was joking with me about Ty Simpson. I was gonna, that slam my head in a car door.
That gamer thing is very, very interesting because the gamer part of this might not be what decides who wins the quarterback competition. It's all going to be about, at least to get off to a good start, it's going to be the playbook, the adaptation or the adoption, I should say, of the playbook, and then how you look in practice. Practice is very different. And I've heard people say this too, that Shedeur is more of a gamer. Well, if you're more of a gamer and not so much, you say that about Brett Favre, wasn't the best practice player in the world. Does that actually hurt Shedeur Sanders in the competition?
All right, I want to ask you about that coming up here in 5 minutes, as well as I may disagree, but I recognize your feelings. And that's a lot more than Lima will do for you. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, with Matt Miller, 9:22 on the Browns draft on the Fan.
he does often look good in practice, but he really seems to shine in difficult moments in the game. I thought some of his 2-minute drills were some of his best moments last season. And he does have that it factor that Todd Monkin is looking for, and so does Deshaun. And we haven't seen it necessarily yet from Dylan here, but I think that he has some of that too as well. Of course, he did in college.
That's wonderful. Love what Mary Kay said about Shedeur Sanders right there. By the way, we have to move Matt Miller. He won't be on at 9:20. Got a different question for you at 9:20. He's dealing with some things, so we'll take care of. We'll hopefully have Matt coming on another point either tomorrow or next week as we get ready for the 2026 NFL Draft. Love what she says about Shedeur. Like that. I don't like it for his chances to win the starting job. You have a new head coach here. I think you're going to have to look good in practice for him to trust you. I think that there's a lot out there. Like, he's going to have to do a lot of listening to the team if that's the case. These guys are going to have to respond to him. He's going to have to be, I hate to borrow a term here because it'll bring up bad memories. He's going to have to be the Pied Piper with this team for him to get a chance at that, because when you're saying a guy is a gamer, well, you're saying he's bad in practice. But he'll light it up in the game. Don't you worry about it. He'll take care of it. It took a while for them to get to Brett Favre, then trust Brett Favre when you're mentioning Brett Favre. It would take a while, and then you would have to have a lot of good play the same way with Shedeur Sanders. So if you're telling me that he's a gamer, that means he's not the best practice player, and you have a new head coach, and the new head coach has to get off on the right foot. So if Deshaun's a better practice, now maybe Deshaun's a gamer, I don't know, but if it were to come down between the two, I guess the veteran would be the better practice guy, so that would probably be a feather in the cap for Deshaun Watson, Tone.
So I heard that too, and I don't want to overreact or anything like that.
I'm not trying to overreact. I'm just telling you how I feel. I'm not screaming.
In a way, Shedeur, like, it's supposed to be a positive. Like, he is a gamer. When the lights are on, Shedeur can access things that as a practice. We've heard that about a ton of guys over the years.
And that's great.
Man, we can go back to, like, Allen Iverson used to be criticized for his practice methods. And you know how that ended up turning out. And what did he do in games? Obviously ends up being a Hall of Famer. I'm just saying here, like, for Shedeur, when you are in a quarterback competition, and I don't know if they're going to act like this is a three-way or they're going to bring in another quarterback and it's a four-way, but we know what it is.
Let's stop fooling ourselves. It's not a three-way.
We know what it is. It's a two-way quarterback competition, and being a gamer might not really help in that scenario. It's got to be someone that Todd Monkin can depend upon and be able to deliver on time, be able to look to know all the key reads, and to do it in a short amount of time because it's a new playbook. Again, a new professional playbook with it, which, again, Deshaun Watson's going to have an inherent edge there because look at how many offensive coordinators Deshaun Watson has had. Look at how many new installs he's had. Way more throughout the course of his NFL career than obviously Shedeur.
So let's not get all worked into a shoot here. I'm not, and I'm telling the people on YouTube and I'm telling the people listening right now, okay? We have a Cavs question for you coming up at 9 o'clock because Lima and I almost came to blows at the beginning of the show, and I want to bring that back here coming up at 9. When you say a guy's a gamer, remember, you got to remember 99% of players are not gamers. Coaches are going to go with who they trust, and you can only build that trust really in practice. I mean, you can build it in the game, but to get in the game, you got to build it in practice. So I'm guessing they don't think he's the greatest practice player. Okay, some of that's explainable. You don't give him many chances, so he's not going to be the greatest practice player for you.
Let's make that clear too. That's on a lot of that's on the Browns.
You would have to go, well, he would see it in a different light. Kevin might be a little bit too conservative, but I don't think that Todd Monkin is going to be reckless and go against every intuition if Shedeur is just not good in practice and Deshaun knows how to run an NFL practice properly. I would imagine the guy who's the veteran would know how to run an NFL practice properly. Now, I stop short at saying he does because we remember what was said about Bill O'Brien a couple of years ago, and some people might forget that, where after Deshaun had got hurt, it was so convenient after he got hurt, we're finding out stories about Bill O'Brien and having to basically run the offense for Deshaun Watson while Deshaun Watson was out there in practice and in games. I would imagine, I can't guarantee, that the veteran would be better at running the practice. But for Shedeur, there's going to have to be an attention to detail in practice and then being able to get that to get that playbook and being able to know where people are supposed to go. That is what will open it up. I don't think the Browns want to play Deshaun Watson.
No.
I don't think that Todd Monkin.
Maybe Todd does. Honestly, maybe Todd does.
Todd's going to do what's right for his football team, so he's going to play anybody. It doesn't care. But I think it's probably, I would imagine it's been stressed that they really don't want to upset the fan base. So that goes for Shedeur. Shedeur's still going to have to show that because he's going to make the right decision based on practice for his team.
Here is something I do remember from last year and may have led to why throughout the process, not just because he was drafted ahead of him, that Dylan Gabriel was ahead of him, is that every time I would see the highlights, I wasn't at practice as much as you were, but people would cut up. Remember, Cam Justice was cutting up and Darryl Ryder cutting up every single.
Cam Justice.
Yeah, she was on station yesterday.
Yes, she was.
So every time I saw those cut ups, I did notice that Shedeur was hanging onto the ball way longer, and I'm like, oh, that would be a sack in an NFL game. That would be a sack. Like, I remember.
Was this from last year? Okay.
Last year.
I remember that.
Practice,
Yeah, I remember you
and
telling me that. Yeah.
I'm like, where the internal clock? Like, are they enforcing this? Is Kevin enforcing this? Because hey, he dropped a dime. Like, that was a great throw. He would have never gotten that throw off. He would have been sacked. And then you look, and I saw the numbers. Warren Sharp had him the other day. Shedeur Sanders caused 29% of his own pressures. That was 44th out of 45th last year and had a 4.7 interception rate. That's 43rd of 45. Now, we don't have to relitigate the numbers and why they're so low and how the Browns put them behind the eight ball. All of that is true. We've talked about it to death. Browns share a lot of responsibility in that, including Kevin Stefanski, who's no longer here. But we do know one of the raps on Shedeur was holding the ball too long in college, and he did not do anything last year to make those concerns disappear. And if those numbers are like that this year, he can't play the position. If you're causing your own pressures to 29%, it doesn't matter how good your offensive line is. Like, that's basically what that stat shows you. And I remember the offensive line and pass protection graded out pretty decently those last 5 games of the year. When everybody was talking about how bad the line was, the people that grade them, whether it's PFF or ESPN, all of them said, yeah, Brown's offensive line in pass protection was actually average to slightly above average. It was Shedeur causing the sacks.
I remember that.
So remember that. Those are the things he's got to improve on. So if I'm Todd Monkin and I am really, really trying to give everybody an equal shot here, like, he's going to have to be on Shedeur about getting rid of that football. Because, yes, those highlights are awesome. Some of those amazing Patrick Mahomes escape situations. But for Shedeur, he's not good enough at all the other stuff to be able to have sustainability on those freelance plays.
Coming up here in just over half an hour, you, the fans, love the idea. The media hates the idea of paying a certain somebody you love. And I may disagree, but I recognize your feelings. That's far more than Lima's willing to give you when it comes to this Cavaliers team. That's coming up at 9:02 on The Fan. Friends, Ken Carman here for the wonderful people at Northeast Factory Direct in North.
Network today, go over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
With the first pick, the build-up to the NFL Draft is here. And we're on top of the latest news and rumors ahead of round 1 on April 23rd. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
It might be fight morning again here at The Fan, considering the way things started off. I wasn't the one losing their mind. I was calmer than you, dude. But right now, let's give away a team for the Fan mock draft. Caller 5, 216-474-0092. You're going to be named the general manager of one of the 32 picks at our 2026 Fan mock draft. That's April 16th. That's next Thursday, April 16th. Game on. Located Lorraine Road, North Olmsted. Plus, you're going to get some exclusive Bud Light gear and a buffet dinner at the event. You got to be 21 and older only, please. 21 and older only. Too young to be a beer drinking if you're under 21. Got to be 21 and older. 216-474-0092. We'll give you away a team coming up here momentarily. And then Lima and I will talk about the argument that we had right at the beginning of the show today, where all I was trying to do was see people's feelings, and he wasn't having any of it. He was not having any of it. You got red-faced. You got angry. You became me. At one point, there was a role reversal.
Oh, no.
You just would not hear any of it. No one's going to play that coming up here momentarily because we have a little snippet of it, according to Owen, and I'm sure it's going to be pretty nasty. However, I want to get to our winner of our contest here as soon as we possibly can. John is putting him in. Here we go. Mike in Macedonia, home of the Knights. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, sir.
Mike, are you ready for your team?
Yes, I am.
Lima, take it away. Wait, wrong game. Lima, go right on ahead.
I'm reaching into the bowl. It feels like there's actually more teams in here than yesterday. Here we go.
Interesting.
I will pull it out. And, ladies and gentlemen, number 2 is off the board. The New York Jets.
Wow.
Wow. Oh, well, but I'll take it.
Oh, well.
I'm ready for that buffet.
Oh, well, but I'll take it. I think that's how the real general manager of the Jets accepted the job, actually, Mike. Well, congratulations to you. I'm going to put you on hold, and we're going to go ahead and get Mike's information right there on the line. And thank you guys very, very much for playing. We have more teams to give away throughout the day.
Next Thursday.
Next Thursday. Game on Fabulous Lorraine Road and Fabulous North Olmsted. It's a good time for everybody involved. This was not such a good time earlier this morning.
5 of the best 6 in a series. They might have 6 of the best 7. Get out of here with I'm supposed to be afraid of the Hawks. By the way, all they do is win. They don't even try hard, and they win, and they win, and they win, and I'm supposed to be afraid of the Atlanta Hawks. Amazing.
I'm not
what has
telling
happened to
you
this
to
town?
be afraid.
This town used to be a great sports town where we got behind our teams, and we got really excited about postseason runs. We have the fourth best championship odds. Is that not good enough? Is that not good enough, Cleveland fans?
You have lost your mind.
Is that not ready to get you excited about the postseason?
I cannot believe how defensive you've become. You have lost your mind. My issue with it, though, is you haven't lost your voice like I lost my voice yesterday yelling at you about Myles Garrett. That really upsets me. What are we yelling about when it comes to Myles Garrett? You made me that mad, but you got so because I said yesterday I'm watching a game. I'm upstairs. Liz with the neighbor lady. You got to say lady now, thanks to the Mike Vrabel deal. Which, by the way, you tired of that already? Guys, if you guys want to have fun with it, it's the internet. Go right on ahead. For radio show hosts out there, guys, it ain't that deep. I don't need your videos of you walking around for 2.5 minutes in some parking lot discussing the trials and tribulations and what's right and what's wrong. We don't know who set this thing up. We don't know what's going on. Enough. We don't need to make it any deeper than what it is. I saw this morning that Benjamin Albright guy. I'm not going to mention anything, and then proceeds to write an entire
8 paragraphs,
chapter.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, guys, we got it. We got it. It's their lives. Let's not make it any deeper than what it needs to be. There's other questions to ask. Anyway, back to the Cavs. So I'm watching upstairs in the bedroom. Liz is with the neighbor lady downstairs, hanging out. And I happen to pull my phone out. And there's people, they're not winning, and the people are losing their minds. And I'm getting a bunch of messages, Kenny, this team ain't ready. This team ain't ready. You and Lima are full of it, getting cussed out. Todd Monkin style. I mean, it was great. And all I said was like, hey, man, they don't trust this team. You verbally kicked me in the teeth. You came right after me. And I have to accuse you of it. You did what I do. You got right into the corner by yourself, and you got red-faced and mad and full of bluster, and then you started calling out the fans. And I go, where have you been, man? The fans have been like this all year. We've been fighting this fight all year. And you accused me of having a straw man. I'm like, no, I'm just going by what the reaction was. I was glad that the Cavs won. And I was going to tell you that I felt even better because clearly they weren't playing their best, and I don't even think they were trying to play their best. And they were turning themselves on and off anytime they wanted against Atlanta.
That's what I thought, too.
Okay, so why were you bitching at me during the first 40 minutes of the show?
Because I think it's time for the malaise that I totally understand that has been cultivated throughout the year. I think it should have gone away when they traded for Harden because that's a huge move.
If it didn't go away then, it ain't going away now, and you know why.
And so now they're a different team. Fundamentally, they're a different team than they were last year. They just haven't had an opportunity to show it because they haven't been healthy. Guess what they were last night? Almost as healthy as they're going to be. They're getting Jalen Tyson back either on Friday or they're going to try to ramp him up. I know short amount of time, but that's your other really good perimeter defender. You saw Dean Wade and what a difference he makes immediately. He was in the starting lineup last night, and it was hard while he was in there because they had to manage his minutes. When he was in there, it was so much harder for an athletic team like the Hawks to score and to shake him. And it just made their defense so much more switchable and gave them that size that they've been missing because they've been trotting out all these small lineups. So all I would say is, watching last night and seeing a unit that had only played 72 minutes so far this season, I saw that team last night and I'm like, absolutely bring on Atlanta.
You wanted to say the Yankees.
I was saying the Yankees. I was trying to think of what team I was trying to think. No, bring on the Hawks. And, look, the playoffs are not supposed to be easy. People keep saying, Lima, the playoffs aren't going to be easy. Yeah,
they're never easy.
Thanks.
They're supposed to be playoff teams.
They weren't easy last year for Oklahoma City.
Well, see,
they weren't easy for everybody. Unless you have LeBron in his prime, the playoffs are never easy. All I'm saying is, man, this has a chance to be a really great path for them. And finally, we are the healthy team that the whole regular season, it was about being healthy and getting situated in a position that you can make a run.
But Anthony,
check and check.
They don't trust him, though, and you have to recognize that when you talk to the fans. You say sure, but you yell at them.
Detroit fans don't trust themselves. The Knicks fan, they don't.
But they're in different places. The Knicks are in the same place as we are, so that's valid.
And so is Detroit.
Almost call them the Lions. The Pistons are not. The Pistons are in their first foray. I think it probably feels a lot like we did. Young and plucky and fun. They'll get to our place eventually. The Knicks are in our place.
Yeah, but they don't. By the way, I'm on a Detroit Reddit board. They do not want to see the Cavs. They do not think the Cavs match up well against them.
They don't. So they shouldn't want to see us.
You guys are all looking at this from the lens of the Cavs. But you're also, if you're going to do that, you have to also pick apart the flaws of the other teams. You can't just pick apart the flaws of the Cavs and say that supersedes the other teams because their fans are picking apart their team's flaws. So you've got to include all the flaws and then start to be a little more objective about things. It's why I feel good. It's why I feel a lot better. I wouldn't have felt that way if we weren't healthy, Kenny. I wouldn't have. And I do, believe it or not, I do feel better with James Harden in this situation than I would Darius Garland going into the playoffs, and also considering he's always kind of limping and all that stuff. James is fine right now. I know he dealt with the broken finger and all that, and he's trying to figure out how to play with it. And I think for the most part, he has had a bad night last night shooting, but he got to his spots. He got to the basket at will against Atlanta. Your bigs dominated inside. It's how they racked up so many fouls, and Atlanta had foul trouble with their best players. Why was that? Jarrett Allen and Evan Mobley. And Jarrett's not even 100%. You could clearly see it. And yet both of those guys just dominated on the inside. And then Donovan Mitchell, whenever he felt like it, okay, I'm going to get to the basket.
I was going to ask fans if they trust the Cavs. I think by and large they don't. I want to know if you're one of the people that are with Lima on this. Are you frustrated by Cavs fans that you talk to? Are you frustrated by people who call themselves Cavs fans? Because I'm not. I disagree with them. I think that this is a really good basketball team. I trust James Harden. I trust Donovan Mitchell. So if I trust those two guys, I trust the Cavs. I have to. If I trust both of them, then that's the two best players on your team. It's a good team, so you trust the team. If I trust them, then I'm saying that this is an Eastern Conference Finals team, and we'll let it slide. We'll let it go where it goes. But I think people are still looking for their ways that they trust this team, and they saw this as the future postseason matchup, and you have a postseason matchup where, and you know what, let me pull it back a little bit. I'm sure Atlanta wasn't playing all their cards last night, and they won't play all their cards coming up tomorrow night. But you got to see the history for what it is. It's not fair. Most labels are unfair, Tone, but they don't trust the team. They just don't because of the last few years. And when you bring in James Harden, guys, before we traded for James Harden, how much should we talk about James Harden? Chicken wings and strip clubs. That's the only time and being overweight. That's the only time we ever talked about James Harden around here. That's it. And also not wanting to watch him, which, by the way, the guy sitting over there was always the one saying he didn't like watching James Harden, which, by the way, a lot of people agreed. So if they agreed with you on that and we only talked about things that made him look bad and put him in a bad light, no, fans aren't going to be that excited.
Yeah, but since you've seen him. Since you've seen him. Because I asked all the Cavs fans that a few days ago. And even the biggest James Harden haters are like, gotta be honest, this version of him is pretty fun.
Of course. But you're going to still have these labels carry forward. So I got a label on a team. None of this is fair, by the way. I don't agree with these. People call the Cavs soft. You heard Justin Turman, he said it with us yesterday. He said soft.
Did the Bigs look soft to you yesterday?
They did not. But that's how they're known, fair or not. It's unfair. James Harden, known to shrink in big moments. Of course, he's had 1,000 big moments, and he's played well in about 997 of them. But because of the 3 big moments, people are going to say that he shrinks in the big moments. Fair or not, and usually they're not, those are all reasons that the fan base is down on him. I do think there's a little bit where the Browns come into it. I think there's a little bit where I think we are if you think we're in a malaise with the Cavs, I think we're in a big-ass malaise with the Browns. I don't think, if we're just being honest with each other, when you hear about Shedeur Sanders starting the season, you're not that excited. Most Browns fans aren't that excited. And when you hear about Deshaun Watson starting the season over Shedeur Sanders, you're really not excited to the point where some people are really, really mad over it. That's a malaise, friends. And that we're not going to be able to find the next quarterback for this football team until 2027. And then I'm over here saying, no, we want to wait until 2027. So that sucks, too, for them. So that's a malaise. Guardians are the Guardians. It's the beginning of the season. It's a long season. But I think that does play into some of the malaise with the Cavs here. I do think that teams cross over with each other. And I think it's contributed to some of the bad feelings that I've read here over the last several weeks. And I think it's contributed to the fights that you and another radio show host on this station have had. And I just think you need to recognize that. That's all I'm trying to point out. And you bit my head off this morning over the entire thing. And I go, I don't know what to tell you, Tone. They're not excited about the team. I'm excited. You're excited. I know that someday this is going to end, and we're going to be an 18-win team at the end of the season, and we will not be talking Cavs, and we'll be talking about college basketball and all the things. I am fully ready to enjoy this moment and even next year's moment, as disappointing as it may be. But I'm just letting you know how the fans feel.
I guess I just say, if you're not excited about this team, were they excited about the Guardians last year going to the playoffs?
There were some that weren't.
So we're just not excited about any teams anymore? You have to have either LeBron James on your team or the best championship odds.
It is
so then I guess you guys aren't going to be excited much.
And this is where I disagree with you. When you have any success, it's human nature, and I think it's really American nature. We're built to want to win in this country. It is American. Our nature as Americans and as humans to want more success. It's capitalism. It's how we're wired. So it's not enough to get to the second round. It's not enough to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. Mm-hmm. It's not enough to get to the ALCS. Now, you see the forest for the trees, and so do I, but I'm just telling you how people feel. And someday, if the Browns ever get it turned around, which most of you are going to say fat chance, if they ever get it turned around, it's not going to be enough to just go to the wild card, just like it's not enough for Bills fans. The Bills sucked out loud for 17 years. Then they got Josh Allen. Just going to the second round of the divisional round playoffs is not enough for Bills fans. Go hear them on 550 up there. They're bitching everyone's ear off over it.
Oh, were Bills fans not excited going into the playoffs last year?
I don't know if they were.
Especially with no Patrick Mahomes.
No Patrick Mahomes.
I think no Lamar Jackson, no Joe Burrow. I think they were pretty excited.
I think there was more pressure than there was excitement.
Sure, but both can be true. I think they probably had both. All I'm saying is this is a pretty good spot that the Cavs are finding themselves in with the way it lays out, and now they're healthy. And that's all I've cared about all season. Be healthy come playoff time, because I do have trust in Donovan Mitchell. And last night you saw a little window into what Donovan is in the playoffs. He's not a guy that just settles for threes like he does all year. That Donovan Mitchell, that version of him, that is not a team. The Atlanta Hawks are not a team that can stop Donovan Mitchell.
Do you stand with Lima? Do you trust the Cavs, and are you annoyed by the fan base? 216-474-0092. If I'm misrepresenting you, please tell me. That's a strong thing to say. Are you annoyed with your fellow Cavs fans? I should paint it out that way. I don't want to paint Lima out to be a major league bastard over this. And am I talking myself into bad ideas? And do we have a Masters Market Watch, Tone?
Oh, yes, we do.
I think we have one coming up in 5 on the Fan. Window Nation, I got something for you here. Not just in 5 minutes, but how about right now? Go to Window.
tee off his first round at 10:31 this morning. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Masters starting this morning. Bryson DeChambeau with 3 D clubs. I think we have a Masters market watch for everybody. Even though
My mission is simple, to make you money. I'm here to level the playing field for all investors. There's always a bull market somewhere, and I promise to help you find it. Mad Money starts now.
What do you got?
If you want to go.
It's different from tickets because they're badges.
Yes, and
we don't need no stinking badges.
You know, some of the sites stopped even posting Masters because, you know, you run the risk. If you get caught by the Masters, you are banned, and they take that seriously. That's not like oh, yeah, I got banned from this college, and then you sneak in wearing a mustache. Like, no, once you get banned, and then once you lose someone else's badge for them, then you're getting sued. Like, this is going to court anyway. Sunday competition, is that what you're interested in, Kenny? Are you?
Yeah.
Right
That's
now,
the big day.
Anywhere from $6,300 to $7,000 to be able to go in and watch. So basically, Super Bowl prices is what we're looking at. To walk the hallowed grounds of Augusta and be one of the patrons.
And if I had $7,000 to spend, I'd rather do it on the Masters than Super Bowl Sunday.
I agree with you. Agree with you wholeheartedly. I know that was a question you wanted to ask us, but I just think we all agree.
Yeah, I think it's a... Now, if I got free into either one of those, I'd take the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
If I got in free to one or the other, I would take Masters.
But if I'm spending my own money, the value. I'm value shopping. There's no value in the Super Bowl.
I would have... Is it to watch your own team, or is it just to go to the Super Bowl?
Sure, either. I think the spectacle of it all, if it's free, I'd rather go to the Super Bowl. The Masters, if I'm spending money, there's some spectacle there, too. It's a different type, though.
What's crazy about the Masters is they've always had this lottery, and I don't know anybody who ever has won the lottery because so many people are hip to the lottery.
People that have told me they've won, but I don't know them well enough to know that.
Raven outside won the lottery. Yeah. Raven won the lottery.
Who's this? The wrestler?
The man we know as Raven out in the other office.
No, we're talking about the lottery for the Masters. He did not go to the Masters.
Oh, the Masters lottery. Okay, I'm sorry.
I don't even know how he get there.
I'm sorry. Well, in his head, he might be in there.
Would Night Moves pick him up and take him down?
I'm sorry. I did not realize you were talking about the Masters lottery.
So it's also become, it's so many celebrities now. When they show, especially on Sunday and Saturday, when they show the crowd at the Masters, you see celebrities now. That was not the case when I was younger. So this has totally changed. This has become probably the biggest. This is bigger than the Rose Bowl. This is bigger than it. To be there, I don't think there's anything at this level right now in sports.
I would want to do it because I just think it's such a chill time. And I'm stressed out about so many things in the world when it comes to sports. I will never, if the Browns ever made it to a Super Bowl, I'm never going.
I wouldn't want to go
unless
either.
I actually have to because of our station.
Yeah,
I would never want to go. I want to watch it here at home because I cannot imagine a scenario if they lost that game having to walk out of that stadium after a loss.
Why I'd want to go to the Masters. I have no dog in that fight.
Exactly.
So I can just go and enjoy watching good golfers play good golf.
And you're not allowed to run, so we can stroll. The weather's usually pretty good.
And
if the weather's bad, they just started earlier in the morning.
Right.
All of us wake up early. I mean, it's perfect.
And think about it. Like, everybody wants to go to Fenway or Wrigley once.
Went to Wrigley. Right? That was cool, remember?
Yeah, absolutely. And because you've just seen it on TV your whole life, you got to get that experience. Rose Bowl is another one. And I do believe the Masters, you've seen these holes your whole life. And some of the biggest moments in sports have happened on those holes, and you get to walk the grounds, and you get to see the real undulations.
It's not going to look the same. You're not looking at it from a flyover shot.
Yeah.
I mean...
the other thing I would ask you about, and I wonder if this stuff matters to you guys, I have heard more and more people openly talk about this communal experience of doing this, handing over your phone,
which I just texted my wife back,
and you are forced. And this sounds like something in today's society where we're like, no, I'm not giving up my phone. And everybody says it's awesome. And we have no other thing in other than maybe going to see a show where they take your phones.
Right.
But to walk around to see all this cool stuff that you would normally pull your phone out.
You've done that, right? You've been to shows like that. I mean, it is kind of a freeing thing, especially if you're with if you're with your wife, that's the person you've really got to be tethered to as far as phone wise, right? You're with the person that you're going to emergency need to be talking to anyway. And actually, if you go to the Masters and you know beforehand and you're not with your wife, but that rule's established, like, hey, I got this chance to go to this thing. I can't respond to you right now because my phone is away.
Yeah, you tell everybody.
It might be a little more freeing.
Yeah, so
now I'm really in. Now I'll go 2 days.
Like, we probably need to recreate this more in life. Like, we probably need to say,
no phones?
Hey, for the next 4 hours.
Eat pimento cheese.
Like, have you ever been to a party where we've done that? No. I've never been to any kind of a function where you hand over your phone.
Voluntarily, yeah.
Other than to see a big stand-up comedian nowadays or whatever. And everybody says the same thing. Nobody says that sucked not having my phone. It doesn't get said. People said it's oddly freeing and it's a kind of a game changer.
Because it's a conscious decision. It's not like when you leave the house and your phone's not in your pocket and like you're coming to work. That's happened every once in a great while, right? Where it wasn't on you.
You feel naked.
Oh, yeah. Go to the store real quick and it's not on you.
I feel,
it's a horrible feeling.
Everything's connected to it because I was probably the last one here to like pay on phone, like where you do the tap thing. And once you did that, it's like, well, what's the point of carrying a wallet?
I can't even believe we still have wallets and that our IDs aren't on there.
And there you would need a wallet, obviously, because you got to pay for other things. I'm sure they take card and MasterCard and all that other stuff there.
Oh, yeah, you have to walk around with a credit card.
I would.
What is that?
I would. Well, I still carry a wallet, but I know I don't technically need one now. I would find it to be therapeutic. I think it would be just fun to be in a gallery, in a crowd, enjoy not having a dog in the fight. I think it would be fun because there's so many things that I get so amped up for anymore, and it would be nice to see a sporting event that I don't get amped up for.
It's like when we went to wrestling together.
That was fun.
Just act like a kid again and root for the good guy and boo the bad guy
But I still had to pull my phone out when Ric Flair came to this.
That was true.
Yeah, it came to the ring.
Because I'm like, you're going to see Ric Flair?
Well, because I thought he had already 3 heart attacks, and then he came out. I didn't know he was going to live another decade at least. So maybe I would have put away my phone. Because it was nice to be in the moment with Ric Flair. John and Gates Mills, congratulations on all your success.
Wow.
You're next up on the Fan.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I was lucky enough to go a couple times, but I had to pay out of pocket to get the tickets, and they weren't cheap, believe me. And I went on Sundays because the big thing a lot of people miss is the fact that if you go Thursday, Friday, or Saturday and it rains, you lose the chance to see all those guys. But if you go on Sunday, it pushes over to Monday. Just an interesting fact.
I didn't know that.
Everything you say, it's a great time. I was real lucky to go, so enjoy the commentary. Love you guys.
John, how was the whose private jet did you get on?
United to Atlanta.
I mean, come on now. He's a Gates. John, thank you for the call and the kindness. He's a Gates Mills guy.
Did you just lose your money if it rains?
I think. Well, they try to get. I mean, it's never a total washout, right? Like they always get in some of it.
I think you're kind of there to be there.
And
so
that would
it's like
suck. Holy cow!
Honestly, who's the chairman of Augusta National now? I knew at one point in time because of the whole not scandal, but the protests that were going on.
What was his name?
Hootie Johnson.
Yeah, Hootie Johnson. Wasn't that the
was
guy?
That his name? Is he dead by now? He's got to be dead.
I think once they let Condoleezza Rice in, he was like, over my dead body.
Once they had that guy, or what's that? Where the hell was I going with that? Because of what you just. Now, damn it, I forgot what you.
Hootie Johnson is
dead. Got to be dead.
Very rich.
Definitely dead.
His family's very rich.
He died.
The president would probably go, well, you're here for the grounds. You're here for the Eisenhower cabin, and the weather's not that bad, so you could have seen the Eisenhower cabin. No big deal. I think that that's probably what they would do.
Yes, somebody on YouTube says Monday with no phone, I had more conversations with strangers at Augusta than I had in 3 years combined.
Sometimes I hate having my phone. I absolutely hate it. Usually it's from a video that Keith posted.
Should we do a no phone show?
I'll do a no phone show.
No phone show.
I'll do a no phone show tomorrow.
No phone show. You guys can call in. You guys can use your phones. We will be phoneless to celebrate the Masters. Will you do it tomorrow? I got to tell my wife.
I'll do it tomorrow.
We got to tell our wives they can text each other.
They would have to call John to get a hold of us if there's an emergency, so I guess they would just call in the hotline,
Oh,
wouldn't
can
they?
you do a
they're
no-phone
not calling
show?
the hotline.
Oh, and you've got like 8 family members texting you at all times.
Do it.
You can't do it? You can't commit to it?
But Lima and I can. I'll do a no-phone show
Well,
with
I
you.
have to get the text from Keith. Tells me how you guys are screwing up.
Will we? Yeah. You guys don't understand.
Oh, that's a good
The
point.
entire show, Keith, because he's good at what he does, he goes after one of us at a time and then goes behind our backs to say, use this against him. Go after him.
Yeah.
Fight him on this. How did you let this go? That segment sucked. Why didn't you guys talk about this beforehand? Is John doing anything back there? Can somebody cut a video? Can somebody get something? It's really, really hard. We're going to do no phones tomorrow.
He only cuts the videos that make me look bad. Get me cussed out by people in Detroit.
Why are we paying Joey again?
Now, that's not nice. Joey's a great young man. Don't even do that with Joey. Don't bring Joey into this.
No phone show.
Am I talking myself into bad ideas? Am I talking myself into bad ideas?
It depends what your idea is.
Well, because at 9:45, the media thinks it's a bad idea, but the fans do not, about paying a certain somebody. I'll get to that. However, Seth Rollins was on Good Morning Football, and he looks much better than me. He sounds a lot like I used to. And I think a lot of fans are just like, you won't get fooled again. It's exciting to hear Todd Monkin speak. It's exciting to hear him use the words he uses. I think he's authentically Todd Monkin. Now his phone's ringing. He's authentically Todd Monkin. But hearing Seth Rollins on Good Morning Football, do we have the clip of Seth Rollins there? Hearing Seth Rollins get this excited, WWE superstar Seth Rollins get this excited about Todd Monkin, now I'm starting to talk myself into bad ideas about how good the Browns can be.
Guys, I am on fire from that interview. That was so awesome. Oh, man. I'm sold. The Browns might be my second team this year. I don't know, guys. Okay. That was incredible. I mean, that was just, they're my AFC team. Let's go. I think I'm in, man. Between him and Myles Garrett, I'm sold. I don't even care who plays quarterback now. I mean, that's an interview. What a way to start the season. I was fired up in the break. I was telling the guys over here, I'm like, this season's going to be awesome. That just got me ready to go. I was going to write the Browns off, and now I'm in. But I'll tell you why. It's a legitimate reason. That is no nonsense talk. He was straight to the point. He wasn't trying to sugarcoat anything. Yeah, he's excited. They're all ready to learn. All these young guys ready to learn. I'm going to teach them is what he's saying and get it right this time. And then he's saying we just got to win. And that's the bottom line. We got to win. How do you fix bad rep? You play better. You win ball games. You play better. And sometimes that simplicity, that trickles down. That is the essence of it. Because if you have a guy who's in that top position and he starts to overthink things, you see that, and that looks like weakness to people underneath who are following, who are trying to pick up what he's putting down. But if you got a guy who's strong, opinionated, makes decisions, and gets straight to it, I don't know about you guys in New York. I'm feeling this guy, man. I like that. I'm sold on Monkin. I'm sold, baby.
I like Todd Monkin for the audio courtesy NFL Network, Good Morning Football, and Seth Rollins, WWE superstar. I like hearing that. I also know that you still need talent on the offensive side. He's not a wizard. He can't just make them do things that they're not capable of doing. That's why finding offensive talent in the first round that can get on the field at the beginning of the season is very, very important for this football team because he's got to start off on the right foot. So I like that. I do think that we are underselling. Not me. I've been excited. I'm trying to talk myself out of it. I think that a lot of us are underselling the plain speak. As long as he is the same way with us that he is with this team, it can translate to better culture. They got to have the players, so I can't necessarily change what I think they're going to. I think it can be a 7-win team. We'll see how I feel coming up in May and June and July. I think, and that's certainly better than 5. That's certainly feeling better about 2027. But you got to have the players, but that can certainly help when you have the culture like that and you have a guy who's the same way with the media as he is with the players, because everybody can trust him then. So that is a bigger deal than what I think we're making it out to be. You think this is a great idea. The media doesn't. Question we asked yesterday about paying a man that you have fallen in love with. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima. We'll tell you who coming up in 5 on The Fan. K&K Heating and Cooling.
It's not your money.
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
The fans overwhelmingly support this idea. The media doesn't. Those in Cleveland. Yesterday, I asked this question, where Connor Griffin from the Pittsburgh Pirates got 9 years, $140 million. He got in as a pinch hitter yesterday afternoon against the Padres. That was his 6th major league game. And I happen to ask, he's 19 years old, and I happen to ask, I said, hey, 9 years, $140 million to Chase DeLauder right now. What do you say? Final vote, 72.6% said yes. But there were a lot of responses and a lot of people who cover the Guardians. Justin Latta got in. Zach got in. Meisel. Tony LaStoria got in. Indians Baseball Insider. Like those guys. Covering the Corner got in. I'm just thinking right off the top of my head. Guardians perspective.
Yes.
All the ones that I'm thinking of off the top of my head. And I follow them. All good baseball folks. And I think they were all against it. Tony was like, I don't know if you guys know how pre-arbitration contracts work. I go, well, I think that fans know how obsessed the Guardians are about team control with a player. So I don't think that that's lost on any fan. I think any person above the age of 4 knows the financial constraints of the Cleveland Guardians because their parents told them from the moment that they were born, basically, that this is how it is being a Guardians fan. It was kind of like that when we were growing up. Then it wasn't because then you had the 90s and everything else. The fans are for it. The media seems to be against it. I can see the reason why not to. I can. But I can make a reason to do it because I don't think Paul Dolan's going to be owning this baseball team in 3 years. And so if it's David Blitzer, I think David Blitzer is going to run this team like a business. So I do think a lot of it's going to be conducted the way the Guardians are conducted now. Nobody wants to hear that. That's no fun. But if there's no salary cap or salary floor, I think David Blitzer will come in and run this team the way that it's been run. From everything I heard, he's kind of hands-off on that. And if the team's running well with good people in the front office, that's the way it's going to continue to run. However, I do think that he will make a splash. Could Chase DeLauder be that splash? There's a positive to that. Would the fans respond to that? I think the fans would respond positively. Is he worth it because he's a home run hitter? You'd say yes. Is he worth it because he's often injured? A lot of people would say no. So there's goods and bads to all this. And there's also the fact of, and this was not lost on me, and not a lot of people did bring this up. I think a lot of people just get excited about spending money on a player, and it's something to brag about. Like Pittsburgh is over the moon. A bad organization finally paid a guy to stay around. Good deal, $15.5 million a year it averages out to. The prices go up. This should be fine. But I just said bad organization. The Guardians aren't. And so when you're a team that's been to the postseason 7 of the last 10 years, you've played in an ALCS recently, I don't know if we should be taking cues from the Pirates. I like to sign it because it ain't my money, but I can definitely see it's like, hey, let's wait until the end of the season if we want to go and make a quote-unquote splash.
It's so crazy how different the sports are that, you know, there are ramifications to signing guys to bad contracts like the Browns with Deshaun Watson. Mm-hmm. But you can also, it seems like, through either the owner having a lot of money or being creative, you can, over time, mitigate that. The Guardians cannot. If they sign a bad contract, they're in trouble. And we saw that with Travis Hafner. Like, it is tough for this organization to recover.
The only thing I would think of, and this is, again, we are spent in a world where there's no cap. You're spending somebody else's money.
Michael Brantley and Bourne.
Yes. Now,
I almost said Jason Bourne.
We've brought this up a little bit because everybody looks at Paul Dolan and the net worth, and they go, well, they're worth $5 billion. And I go, well, that's the family trust, and he's got a... his
Swisher. I meant Swisher.
That's fine. His two siblings have the keys. They have to agree to things, and there's a lot of things if Paul wants to go into that vault and get that money. I mean, he's got to get his cousin involved over there in New York. There's a whole process. And from what I'm told, and this might just be a very convenient story, that there's been a lot of the other family that he has actually tried, and there's been a lot of the other family members who said, nope, in fact, we want you to sell right now. Like, there's a lot that's been said here. And it might be convenient, but it's been a competitive baseball team, so I do want to believe him. Plus, I know that he's been pretty committed to keeping the team, 100% committed to keeping the team in Cleveland, even though that there was a question about that a few years ago, as we brought up. He's been 100% committed to it. So I want to give him the benefit of the doubt in that sense. That being pointed out, if you had David Blitzer owns multiple teams and has stakes in multiple teams. Could David Blitzer move money around if I almost said CJ Davis, if Chase DeLauter were to be hurt and then can't fulfill the contract? Would that be something that hurts you? Or would it go, hey, we got a chance to do this. God forbid Chase DeLauter's hurt. I can't sit here and just wait on this. I'm going to have to pay somebody else to come here because maybe we have a look at it again. I don't know.
Does it matter to you?
I can't guarantee that he's going to do that. And history would tell me that he probably wouldn't do that because that's just not a prudent business move.
Yeah. Does it matter to you that DeLauter, they have him under team control until he's 29?
Yes.
This is different.
Of course it does.
Well, I only asked that question because is there really that much urgency to do anything?
No.
If you're under team control till 29, not like when you're under team control with guys till they're like 25, or like we're talking about the other rookies that come straight out and their timetable is different. And then you're like, shoot, we're going to lose them in their prime. 29, for a lot of baseball players.
Well, yeah, but you would make him a DH, so you would have another 8 years in the American. Well, they're both DHs now, but you would have another 8 years to use him if you wanted to use him as a DH, and then it could go from Jose when he goes to his DH phase, as we were talking yesterday, to then Chase DeLauter in his DH phase. That's where you would take that. But I think that people do get excited because, one, we're afraid that there's going to be a lockout next winter. And the second thing is that when a team that's in your market size, Pittsburgh, same market size, gives out a big contract to a guy who's played it at the time 5 games, was yesterday morning. When you have a guy who you've given that type of contract to, it's like, well, wait a minute. They can afford it, and they're terrible. Why can't we afford it? We're great. Well, we didn't become great by just handing out deals to guys who've played in 5 games. And the biggest thing that makes me pause, because I want to get excited and say, yeah, I want the fan base to be excited for this guy. This has been a lot of fun. The thing that makes me pause is what I said about the Pirates. I don't know if I want to be taking my cues from the Pittsburgh Pirates.
What was
so
the
I had to kind of tap the brakes a bit.
What was the Quan deal that they? I'm sorry, the Lindor deal that they allegedly offered him, right away.
Was it 200?
115.
115. Okay. Oh, okay. Because
they tried to get out in front of that very early.
Because you told me with Lindor, the one good
shorter
source
amount of time though. It was like 5 years.
The one extremely good source said if the Guardians offered 300 to match the Yankees or the Cubs, it was the Cubs, that he wouldn't stay. He would just go to the Cubs.
That's what I had heard.
Which changed a lot of people's opinions on it. But I could see the other side. Big thanks to everybody who joined us today. Mary Kay was outstanding. Thanks to her. Absolutely wonderful. Go back and listen to that. Did Todd Monkin already have a leader in the clubhouse for that quarterback position for 2026? We're back tomorrow, 6 to 10. For Big Country, for Jeff, for John, for the Slippery Wizard, Anthony Lima, I'm Ken Carman. Have a wonderful day, my friends.
Hey, sounds good.
Where's your entourage now?
Cool, I got on the last show.
Oh, boy.
This is an Odyssey